ES1. Touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Alright, how about that? Just one. Something's up with the mic. 1 second.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma short on the ES1. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 5.
Alright, having microphone issues. I think this is picking up from one of the other devices here. Give me just a minute. Sorry, folks. I'm trying to get the mics working. This one is not.
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Divergence
on NQ on the short on the NQ on the 89.
Test 2. So weird. We're having some major mic issues. Let's not in here.
Enigma long on the GC2. Fib.NQ on the 5. 2-finger NQ on the 37. Divergence of NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Enigma short on the NQ5. Upper bands touch on the 37 long on the RTY1. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch on NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ long on YM2. Fib. Long on the lower bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands double on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Short on the NQ3. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. On the 37. NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma short on the NQ5. Lower bands double delta on the 89. Lower bands double delta NQ on the 89. Double delta NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 9. NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the NQ3. Enigma long on the RTY1. Fib.NQ on the 5. Double delta Enigma long on the upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Two finger NQ on the bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Double bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5 on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 5. Lower bands along NQ on the lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Divergence up and lower bands touch double delta NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Fib.NQ on lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Double delta NQ on the 9. NQ on the 5. Enigma short on the NQ3. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Lower bands down Enigma short on the YM7. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma long on the RT. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 9. Enigma long on the NQ on the 89. Divergence up NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the NQ on the 5. Enigma long on the NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the double 5. Delta NQ on the 9. Divergence up NQ on the 89. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma short down NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 5. Enigma long on the NQ5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the double delta NQ on the 5. Divergence down on the 9 on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 37. On the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 9 on the 37. Fib.NQ double delta NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the double divergence down NQ on the 5. Enigma long on the GC. Enigma short on the YM2. Fib.NQ bands touch NQ on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the bands touch NQ on the 89. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Two finger bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma long on the GC2. Enigma short on the NQ3. Lower bands divergence NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37 on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ short on the ES1. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the ES1. NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the YM2. Double delta NQ on the lower
5.
bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta lower NQ on the touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 9. Enigma long on the RTY1. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double lower bands short NQ on the 37. NQ on the NQ on the 9 on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta long on the NQ3. Upper bands divergence down NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 9. NQ on the 5. NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 5 on the 8 NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the YM2. Upper bands double delta NQ on the 37 on the 37. Divergence down NQ. Upper bands touch NQ on the 87. Enigma short on the NQ. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the double delta NQ on the 9 on the 37. Upper bands touch short on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 89. Enigma long on the divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma long on the NQ. Upper bands short down NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Two finger NQ on the 89. Enigma short on the NQ. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Divergence down NQ on the 37 on the NQ3. Fib.NQ on the 5. Two finger NQ on the 89. NQ on the 37. Short on the 37. NQ on the 5 on the 37. Long on the NQ5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. GC2. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma long on the lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the NQ touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the YM2. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. CDM NQ on the bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 89. Enigma short on the NQ3 on the 9.
I'm holding on your trades.
Enigma long on the NQ5, fib.NQ on the 5, fib.NQ on the 9, NQ on the 5. Enigma short on the NQ3. Lower bands double delta NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the short on the YM. Divergence down on the 9 on the 9. Enigma long on the NQ on the 9. Divergence down NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma long on the NQ3. Double delta NQ on the 5. Enigma long on the NQ5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma long on the NQ3. Touch NQ on the 37. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the double 37. Delta NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Test 1, test 2, test 1, test 2, test 1, test 2. Oh my goodness.
Enigma long on the RTY1.
What is going on? Come on, bro.
Double delta NQ on the 5. Enigma double short delta on the NQ on the 9. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ down on the 37 on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 9. 37 on the 5. Fib.NQ on the touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 87. Fib.NQ on the 5. On the touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37. 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 89. Enigma short on the NQ on the 9. Enigma long on the NQ5.
Test 1, test 2.
Upper bands lower NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37.
Okay, that's really it's only on the left side. What's going on?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma long on the RTY1. 2-finger NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 9. Touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the lower bands touch NQ on the 37. NQ on the 9. NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the NQ3. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch
Test 1.
37.
Hey, look at that. Okay, wow. Actually have a dead mic. Okay, okay, let me move these around.
Double delta NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. NQ on the 9.
All right. On the EQ, it looks like that's going to work, but give me a moment here, and I'm gonna move these around. Sorry. Wild.
Double delta NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ double delta NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma short on the NQ5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. On the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. On the GC2. Divergence of NQ on the lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ lower bands touch NQ on the 37. DCDM and lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta lower bands on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Alrighty then. Hopefully that's better. I feel like we've got some echo here, so try to sort that. But
Lower bands touch NQ on
let's
the
see.
89.
Test 1, test 2, test 1, test 2.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 37. Divergence.
All right, looks like that's coming through on the EQ. I think I'm hearing it twice.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 5. On the 5.
Test 2.
on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5.
Okay, does it sound great? Can you let me know? Do you guys hear an echo, or is it just me? Is it just on my side? I mean, I can deal with it if it's
NQ on the 37.
just mine, but let me know. Is this
NQ on the
it
37?
in any way our norm? It looks like it is on the EQ. Okay, and now just to bring back USB.
NQ on the 89. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Camera. Let's see.
On the 37. Divergence down NQ on the 9. Touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Okay, definitely having some kind of connectivity issues here. That's weird. Like, I heard disconnect.
Touch NQ on the
I've got two connections going, so I've got my normal primary data feed, and then I've got the Trade of 8 Apex accounts connected. We've got 10 Apex accounts to walk through, talk through. I'd like to get the trade copier going here this morning. However,
upper bands touch NQ.
we are having some major technical difficulties here. Let me do one more thing. Sorry, it's going to look weird on screen here, but there's I've got a separate little scene that I could try to fix the
NQ on the 5.
camera.
Two-finger
See if this will
NQ on
work
the
here.
37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 9. NQ on the 37.
Okay, that doesn't want to come back there. 1 second.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Divergence up NQ on the NQ5. Double delta NQ on the 9.
All right, how about now? Okay.
Double
let's try
delta
that one more
NQ on
time.
the 5. Double delta NQ on the 9.
Hey, that might work.
Fib.NQ
Is
on
that gonna
the
do it?
9.
Oh my goodness, are we back online? Holy shnikes. Okay.
Delta NQ on the 5.
Wow. Say a prayer for me. All right, here we go. I'm gonna pray over my microphone here. Good Father above. Let's see if we can get some things functioning here this morning.
Double delta NQ
All
on the
right.
5.
Shall we?
Lower
All right, don't forget trading is risky. Yada yada yada. Here we go. No intro.
on the 37.
Let's go. All right. I see Enigma there. We got a Super AO right there.
Fib.NQ on the 89.
Missed my window to try to get the trade copier going. We've got, well, the speed is too fast, so it may have been a blessing in disguise, right? We are sitting here with filters on. I'm going to go ahead and actually turn the psychology module bot on. With the amount of speed that's coming in here to the market here this morning, I want the system to kind of tell me when to take the play. So I'm going to go ahead and really take advantage of that psychology bot here this morning, because I'm going to need a little extra help, because I'll be honest, that was super frustrating having to deal with microphone issues there this morning. Literally have a dead can here. So this one's
Enigma short
Ghost.
Y1.
is just put this one on maybe
on the 9.
before Christmas time, so maybe 4 months ago. I don't know. It's really crazy. All right,
Lower bands touch NQ.
thing is fried or something. Okay.
Touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands on the 37 on the 37.
High time frame. Let me look where we're at on the 89. So on the 89, we popped in a green dot right there inside of the golden ropes. In the golden ropes on the 89, we will likely be able to play both sides, long side or short side in here.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Let me load up my account copier
Fib.NQ on the 5. Divergence up NQ.
and let's get our 10 accounts going here. So I'm going to click on this little gear icon right here.
On the 37. Lower bands touch
So if you are setting up a trade copier for the first time,
NQ on the 37.
we have a template for it. We kind of went over this in the very first video when we started doing this, but we'll go ahead and hit that again. So
Fib.NQ on the 5. Short on the NQ.
I'm going to take this spot right here. I'm going to apply my main normal account. That way I also am trading my personal account.
NQ on the 9.
And
Fib.NQ
then I'm going to copy to all of these. So I'm going to do 10 accounts underneath that, and I'm just going to hit this drop down. Now, here's another pro tip. Here, if you have a bunch of Apex accounts, right? So common issue, like, you know, some people have been around Apex or any of the others for a while.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the double delta NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 89.
Okay, so if you have a ton of those in there and you want them to go away, you're like, hey, I don't need them. Number one, you want to back up the .sqlite.
Lower
So type right here.
NQ on the 89.
So under NinjaTrader 8 folder in your My Documents, there is a DB folder. It's for the NinjaTrader database folder, and just delete that file. Now, before you delete it, make a backup of it,
Fib.NQ on the 5. Enigma
Okay.
short on the ES.
and then remove it,
Fib.
and then restart NinjaTrader.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ
Okay,
on the
so that will clear all of the old accounts that you have out, and when you reconnect to your Apex or your funded next or anything. It will only have your most recent accounts. Does that make sense? Because it basically keeps a big history of all your accounts that you have run before. So a lot of people have come to us and said, hey, you know, my NinjaTrader is slow. This is a common issue inside of our tech support team. They'll help you out. Our tech support team knows this. They'll delete the SQLite file. They make a backup file of it, you know, in case you need to bring it back. It just, you know, if you have some problems, you can bring it back. But that's the way to solve that. So then in your drop down list, you only have your most recent one. So it reminded me of that the other day because I had those 10 accounts from whatever that was, at Monday. So we come in Monday. You know, I had 10 extras. I don't want to see 20 accounts drop, you know, in that drop down list. So I was like, oh, this is annoying. It reminded me of this issue. So even I did it just recently. Delete the SQLite file and then restart NinjaTrader. NinjaTrader will generate a new one. And then when you make your connection out to Tradevate, it will pull the most recent information of your account stuff in there and do that. Okay. Anybody else, if anybody's had that issue before, or you guys get it, type, you know, 1 in the chat. Let's get some chat here going as we're, you know, we either win or we learn. Okay, this morning doesn't seem like we're gonna don't have a win here because we have technical issues. So let's make the best of it here with me this morning and type me a 1. Let's get some action there in the chat. 1 if you understand what I'm saying there. Okay, so now when I hit this drop down list, this will only have my most recent accounts. Yeah, so see, it's a cleaner list here as I'm hitting the drop down. Now, obviously, I don't want to off all of my personal accounts. All right, so let's do that, and now I only have my 10 Apex in here along with that. Okay, so give me 1 moment. I am hitting the drop down to select my personal account, and then now I'm going to do my copy to
lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Let's see.
Touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Okay, we'll start with the, oh, they're a little bit out of sequence. Because it we're in the double digits now. Okay, so now I was like, they're out of order.
Lower bands touch NQ.
So we're gonna go.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Divergence up
13.
Touch double delta NQ on the 9. Double delta lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
15. And we have some lower number ones.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Enigma long on the G37.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm missing one.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the YM2. Divergence long on the GC9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
So the way this looks, I've got copy from this account. I've got mine at the top, so it's technically 11 accounts. I'll be trading mine and then copying that to the 10 Apex accounts. Now, we are coming up, here's 10 o'clock. We probably have 10 o'clock news. I'm going to go ahead and select OK. Okay, so backing up right there, I'm going to take this off of always on top here real quick so I can draw on this. So on the AB copier, select that little gear icon. Well, not really gear here. This is a little tool icon. That will open up that setting, or you can go into indicators, right click indicators on any chart and add that to a chart. If you want to apply this template, this is a template.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
So we're looking in the AB copier. Here it is. So looks like I've got two here. I've got a AB copier. That's the one that's going to be in yours, and I don't think this one's there. It might be in there. The old version, if you like the old look and feel of this. There is a data series on this chart. I have it set to 1 minute. It really doesn't matter what this one is set to. I just don't want it to over calculate on anything. on having to redraw bars or anything. So I've got it set to 1 minute, but internally on the option for calculate on closed, we want to calculate on price change. So that's already set default in there if you have applied the template. Okay. Hopefully that's helpful to you, but that will actually make the bars on this chart transparent. So if you go into the data series and you're wondering like, hey, how come there's nothing on there? If you want bars on it, you just need to come in here and set these off of transparent. So the bars are transparent. It's just a visuals thing. I just like to remember that this chart is exclusively for me to hold and manage the trade copier for me. Okay. So now I've made the changes. These are not going to copy unless I turn it on. So I'm going to hit boom, trade copier on. And when that is lit, now we're legit. Okay. So, and it does not matter what the account is set to right here. The trade copier is only going to do what the settings told it to in the drop downs that I've already selected. So it's going to use my main account and it's going to copy across to the other 10 accounts. Okay, so on the, let me show you guys what that window looks like on your control center. So if you're going into your control center, you know, you'll have a ton of these. Now when I take a trade, all of these are going to light up basically at the same time. So all the executions, you can see them here in the control center window. And you can, again, same old thing if you need to go into the positions area. So another area where you will see those trades. So as I take a trade, they will load up this positions window area. So kind of up to you how you may want to do that. I may keep this here on the positions window and then switch in between to go back and forth between the accounts tab and the positions tab. So when there's something open, if I go into one, there will be 11 lines in here. And if I had to kill all positions, you can always right click and you will have flatten everything. So that's another pro tip. If I don't know, your system's lagging or some other issues with data feeds or whatever's going on there, and you need to pull some emergency scenario where you're like, just close everything, this is the flatten everything button. This will flatten across every account you have. Not to be confused with this flatten all. I want to make that point here. This flatten all is for the account that you're running. This is for when I'm running on full auto.
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
Up here. So up top here in my top left, okay, so I run this on another of my accounts. So this account here is different than this account here. If I hit this flatten all button up here, this is going to apply to the account that is running the bots. So if I hit flatten all up here on the bots, it does not impact my personal Cyborg account. Got it? If you get that one, type me a 1, please. 2 if you're new, but hopefully that's walked it through. All right. So without that out of, with all that out of the way there, I think that is where we need to be. I'll go ahead and set this back to always on top to remind ourselves that we got our trade copier on. 10 Apex accounts. The psychology module has been telling me this whole time that this has all been too fast for me to really take safe plays here. So big X over the screens telling me, kind of doing all the work for me, letting me know, hey, don't need to be taking any plays right now. But there is a reminder up here at the top right to use code AlgoBox. Help us out. Apex has said they will give me some giveaway accounts for you guys. Like you've seen all these influencers doing account giveaways or whatever. Well, apparently they have to hit a certain threshold of numbers of people using their code. So help us out. Use that code there today if you're going to get the Apex accounts there. They had 90% off. I believe that may have expired. That should have expired at midnight last night. Let's see if I can see on their website. But if you want to help us out so we can do giveaways here on our live streams, help us cross some kind of threshold. So I think a lot of people had used it while we're doing this account challenge here. So who knows? I'll contact the rep again and we'll see if we, I don't see the little 90% off thing is not there on their website. So we might have missed out on that, But hey, later on, you know how they do. They're probably going to run a Valentine's Day special. We are, by the way. We've got a Valentine's Day special, 40% off of AlgoBox up there at the top. If you've been on the fence, this is a great time to do it. That 40% off will get you on the lease to own plan for $199 a month for 18 months. And at the end of 18 months, you will own it for lifetime, and it will unlock the dream pack from the platinum components as well. Any questions around that, you can always schedule a call with us or ask those questions there in the Discord chat, and we will try to get them answered for you. Let's see if we can get our first trade in here. It is 10:07 with all the tech difficulties here this morning. And my family's been a little under the weather, even myself. It hit me a little bit too hard yesterday, and I was just not going to be able to make the live stream. So I do apologize about yesterday, but hey, it's exciting to be back in here today. It is 10:07.
Lower bands touch NQ on the
And let's see if the market's going to slow down enough to give me an opportunity. Remember, in a small account challenge and using the trader funding rules, I've got that 2,500 drawdown sitting right back behind me. I've got to have kind of perfect plays, right? Now I'm in the eval phase. It reminds me I need to go 5 contracts, not 4. Another of the items that's going to change because of the numbers of the contracts that I've got. So my idea here is I've got 2 clicks. I think of it as 2 clicks to get in on a play. I need 60 ticks to get me through the evaluation. That will hit me on the 3,000 level threshold on a single play. So we will look for a 60 tick opportunity. Oh, there's one right there, but this is moving so fast. My red background is reminding me that, hey, it's going to be wild right here. And you have to play extra cautious when you are doing the evals or you are playing trader funding programs, because they've got additional rules on you that you don't have in a normal, you know, running your own account type of scenario. So it's a trailing drawdown. So a play that goes your way, if a play went up for me $5,000 and I was just holding it and the thing drew back halfway, they will literally close me out. And
NQ3 Enigma long on the GC2
and reset your accounts, and you have to go, you know, pay again, like won't play again. If you're up 5K and it draws back 2,500, so if you only made $2,500 on a $5,000 play, that will also disqualify you. Okay, so it is a real-time trailing drawdown in this scenario with Apex. Now, not all trader funding programs are like that, but Apex is the cheapest to start. But we'll talk about some other options. My plan is for us right after Valentine's Day for me to do a funded next challenge and kind of, you know, see the difference between those two. Also, Trade Day reached out to me and said, hey, have you ever looked at ours? And I'm like, well, I haven't actually, but looking at the rules, a lot of benefits there on Trade Day. So I'll be looking at Trade Day as well this month. So this is the month for us to examine some of these trader funding programs and see what works best for our trade style. And the trade style for us is video game, right? I would have loved to have grabbed that right there. What do we have here? Can we name this one? What do we have? We have a super dot, but then right back behind it, we have a power AO of a level 15.9. So this is a super power headshot long, right? Super power headshot long, beautiful move. This thing has gone 212 ticks, obviously difficult with the speed level. And what's this one up top here? This is just a power PRZ cross short, right? So let's look at the tick count on that. 135 ticks to the downside.
107 on the 89.
Shark back play here. That super AO, it's in a weird spot there. Not extended enough, too close to that one, so wouldn't have tried to swing at that one. Here in sellers on the tape there at the bottom. A lot of speed going on there. Just waiting for the markets to kind of come back into a valid speed. Right now we are just too fast. Psychology module doing all the work here for me, covering up the charts so I don't get tempted into a play until we are ready to rock and roll.
Fib.NQ on the
on the
lower bands touch NQ on
let's see. Oh, I need to update my optimized range. I'm currently on 37. I believe it's 39 now. I did a re-optimization after all that big wild move on Monday, Tuesday. Let me see. What was our update? Anybody already have that number for me? What's the optimized range after the
on the 89.
rerun of our optimization for the NASDAQ? I'll hop in the premium chat there and pull it up. 39. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, guys. All right, 39. I'm not going to change that right now because right now it was too fast. Oh, here we go. We're into great speed. Okay. So now the psychology module has me ready.
On the 37.
That is a 9.5 double reds. I mean, we could get a short here. But I'm just not really prepared here with all of the craziness here this morning. But we do have a DCR with a headshot short right there. Yeah, and it's continuing down. Should have gone ahead and grabbed that.
Delta NQ on the 37.
With the technical difficulties here this morning, I have just not quite on my game. So, and I don't want to. I got 10 accounts on the line here. Evaluation. I need that perfect play set up that is going at my speed. I've been prepared and ready. Got the setup for it, and then look to hit that when that comes. Okay, so this will be an important area here momentarily, I think, because we've got multiple power crosses there and an Enigma event right there. So I want to mark this real quick. Before I do that, I'm going to move all drawing objects, and this will be the first one here from the morning after our
Fib.NQ on the 5.
microphone issues there this morning.
Double Delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5.
All right, so I'm stalking that perfect play here this morning. So I'm not going to be as aggressive as I normally am. You guys will, see me, and I will adjust my size around them. In this evaluation phase, I'm kind of just trying to get through the eval. If you have heard those strategies, there's a lot of people who talk about those online. A lot of people doing a lot better job than I am on these. This is my first go round at multi-account copying. Yeah, I don't want to catch that falling knife.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 18.
Earnings today, maybe the recent NQ. Yeah, there's a lot of earnings going on this whole week. This is kind of an earnings week there, and probably a lot of other things as well. Speaking of, we should probably get financial juice going on here and listen into any of the fun news chatter. Okay, we just got a 4.9. Let's see if we get a bounce here. We will probably see a bounce right here. Now, if I'm playing in on my normal account, I might take a shot at this starting into toe in the water and look to toe in the water, quarter position-ish at this little spot right here. Nope, we just got a red dot right back behind it. High time frame. I'm going to add this always on top as well, just in case, because it does look like as fast as this has been moving, high time frames will be important. Yeah, there's that bounce. And this is the power of AlgoBox, right? How did we know that could occur? Easy. Right? Big 4.9 coming in there on the 9s.
Enigma long on the RT1Q on the 5.
NASDAQ is at over 2-month lows.
However, I can't take that kind of move in the trader funding program stuff. I've got to have that absolutely perfect play.
Lower bands touch
right? Man, look at this speed. So now psychology module reminding me, saying, hey, this is way too fast. Look at the bounce off of that 4.9.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
So very nice. Like I said, normally I would have built into that position right there. Got that. I wouldn't have gotten that whole piece, but definitely would have caught a nice juicy piece out of that. if it weren't for me basically stalking the perfect play for my evals here this morning. Nice little enigma up. Again, really too fast to react here on those.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ
Looking for one or two perfect plays.
Enigma long on the NQ3. Enigma long on the ES1. Fib.NQ divergence on the 5. NQ on the 9. Enigma short on the NQ5 on the 5.
Okay, there's a nice enigma. Another one where I would like to swing at that, but it is just so fast right here. Don't want to risk it. Yep, I'm glad I didn't, right? Look at that. All the way back up. Wild, wild action right here.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Switch dot up top.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Divergence down NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the
All the way back to strong buy on the nerd.
on the 7.
That's all four correlated instruments making this move.
NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5.
So mentally, I'm just thinking I need 60 ticks. So I'm looking for a 60 tick opportunity. So to get 60 ticks, I really need to correlate it with a play on the 9s plus my entry on the lower time frame.
NQ on the 5.
So let's change our view here real quick. Let's see better view for you guys to see both. So here are my kind of two concentrated views. I'm looking here for a high time frame play. I'll take this off always on top so I can draw on it.
On the RTY1.
So I want a play here plus my setup here. I want a high time frame opportunity and I want a low time frame risk, and I really have to have that here to be able to get my 60 ticks that I need for that first play in the eval stage. All right, so a lot of that is coming down to that eval thing, and I'm trade copying, so it's not like I could just, you know, I've heard people playing these games where they, like, you know, play, call it like burn the account, you know, they'll burn 5 to win 1. That's not the strategy I'm going for here. I'm kind of going for the more
lower bands touch NQ.
the perfection over multiplier, right? So I'm going, I'll forego all of the individual smaller opportunities for one perfect one because we know that I'm multiplying it times 10, whatever the number is, so a small number, and then it's got the multiplier effect of the copier.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 5.
Beautiful enigma there.
YM2. 2-finger NQ on the 37.
Pushed up 153 ticks out of that one.
NQ on the 9.
That was in a bull touch, and we had the 6.4 for that bounce there.
Low impact news of natural gas
Jacob
storage.
Long, NASDAQ, on the MACV.
Fib.NQ on the Enigma long on the end. Divergence down NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Enigma
In
long
10
on
minutes
the
time now, at
NQ3.
the bottom of the hour, we do get the weekly EIA natural gas change.
Natural gas
Forecasted for a
storage.
draw of 378 BCF on the prior draw of 242
2-finger
BCF.
NQ on the 37.
Yeah, there you go, Emini Badger. It's right. The surgical approach. Very specific.
Fib.NQ on
Having
the 5.
to wait. Let me get the chat here on screen. Get that there set up this morning. There we go. Real-time protection is off. Yes, I did get that off there this morning for sure.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Enigma long on the NQ on the 5.
YM on 87 on the YM
Lower bands touch
BPM.
NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch
Yeah, I need
NQ on
that.
the 37.
Headshot precision, exactly.
Lower bands.
JJ Kelly says cave at 24,573. Thank you for that. 24,5.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
73. Oh, from
Fib
this
dot
morning.
NQ on the
Let's see.
37.
Look at that. Look at JJ Kelly.
Enigma long on
Steely-eyed over there. That's right. That is a 0 point right there. You marked up that cave? All right. That's the spot. Might get a nice, beautiful bounce right there.
Enigma short on the NQ5.
VIX is at over a 2-month high.
Thank you for that.
3.9 points at 22.53.
Let's make
Double
that.
delta NQ on the 5.
Let's make it like an
Short on the
8.
NQ5.
Cave.
Divergence bands touch on the 9.
Wow, look at this clustering of enigmas. Wow, this is not normal action. Anybody who's coming on with us for the first time right now, market is super wild. So we've got my psychology module turned on here, telling me like basically this is going to clear up when I've got a
touch NQ on the 37.
well, it's not going to tell me when I have a good opportunity. It's gonna tell me when the speed is good. Oh man, look at that! It's so fast. Again, it's too fast to really react to safely. And right now, because I'm doing a 10 account copy scenario there, I've got to wait for that absolutely perfect play.
NQ on the 5.
Man, these perfect play setups, but too fast to react to here, and I've got to have that perfect play to get through the eval phase there. So again, it is a different game playing with the 10 account challenge here, and that was the challenge. The technical difficulties here this morning probably made that even more difficult here this morning. So we're still sitting at 0. No trades taken yet because we just have not had the right combination of speed and play. So in this scenario, I really need to be looking here first on the 9's play. Up on the 89. Look at the high time frame that has come in there. That's the 89. Okay, 89 pulled in the red dot here inside of the golden ropes. So we have a nice technical play off of those golden ropes, red dot off the 89s. So high time frame opportunity, but I need a lower time frame risk. Like I'm not going to play something off of the 89 where I need 89 to 100 ticks of stop heat on that level, right? Now this looks so juicy. It looks so juicy. Look at this. We have a headshot. We have a super AO. May get a bounce here. Got double enigmas. It's just too fast. Like this could snap me in a scenario there. I've got to have 10 accounts behind my own. So technically 11 accounts that are sitting back behind this play. So it just makes me have to play a bit more cautiously. I can't just work a single account here and play different sizes like I normally would here. Yeah, beautiful bounce out of there. No surprise, but I just can't participate waiting on my evals.
Upper bands touch on the 37.
In 5 minutes time out at the bottom of the hour, we get the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast for a draw of 378 BCF on the prior draw of 242 BCF.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Says Democrats' demand for DHS funding is unrealistic.
On the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
So many good plays in here.
NQ on the 5.
Enigma Super AO,
NQ on the 5.
Super Moonshot. Psychology modules still tell me too fast. Big red background, giant X over the chart. Just waiting on it.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
How about just 603 microlongs? Then, yeah, 100% Captain Price. I wish you were here the other day when I took a vote. I took a vote. Everybody voted for minis, so it's a different play style. If I was trading micros, yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
Fib.NQ.
But we, I let the members hath spoken. The folks who are here in the live stream. It was, I think we took that vote on Friday last week to decide. As we started this week, would I be approaching it with the minis, like 10 times the risk, literally, or the micros where I could work into a position? So yes, micros would allow me to work into a position. But yeah, totally different types of strategies that you can do to match those targeting goals.
2-finger NQ on the 37.
Yeah, it would be easier to do micro. 100% it would be. 100%, bro. You're on it. I'm gonna let you come teach the class. Yeah, Kramer voice.
NQ on the 5.
They know nothing. Patrick, good morning, good morning. Yeah, YM for the evals, which, well, the thing about during an eval, I really want that volatility, right? I want to hit that trade on number one. So while I have thought about that, yes, that would be less risky. That would almost be like as I move over to the PA accounts. But the idea in that first set of eval, we should probably roll back the tape to the Monday video where I walked through the different phases of going through the trader fundings, where the first phase and the eval is sort of this like hit a home run, right? We're pulling the Jackie Robinson, Babe Ruth, smack the home run to get to your PA phase, where you kind of just have this reset in your mind of like, okay, now the real trading begins. But as you go into that phase 2, you also don't have full leverage. You now go from the 10 contracts that you can trade in the eval. You start out half. Like, you guys double check me on that. Is that correct?
Enigma short on the CL1. Lower bands touch NQ on the 8.
You'll have half, and in this case on a 50K account, I go from being able to trade 10 contracts that I can only trade 5 up to
lower bands touch NQ on the
buffer window, which then comes again. We're working through. I'm working through these where I'm thinking through them. Up to the buffer, is it 2,500, or do I have to get to the 3K again before it unlocks all 10 of those contracts? I know you're like, how do you not know? Well, that's the way that I read the rules, was that in your up to this buffer number of 2,500 or 3,000, I don't even know. I need to go back and look at that. Again, right now, I'm really trying to focus in on eval phase only, but we do need to think ahead and go, well, after this part, what's next? And I'm kind of just talking through like the difficulties of trader funding. You know, the reality
1 minute remains
is like
EIA natural gas change.
I don't know that there's many people like just trading trader funding programs. The idea should be to get you to a point where you are self-funded without the additional rules and things, but to get yourself to a point where you are funded and that, hey, you know, hey, not putting your money on the line. Totally understand all of that. But I do want to talk about, well, I wanted to do it at 10 o'clock here today, was to talk through growing an account. What would be a norm of a small account challenge? A SAC, small account challenge, is different than these trader funding program challenges. I hope everybody understands that, and we need to talk about the differences of that, because there's okay, we got some news coming out here at 10:30. We filled the cave, by the way. Hey, thank you, JJ Kelly, for noting that cave. Look how we came down here and filled it, right? Almost perfectly. So they're riding that cave area right now.
360 BCF higher than the expected draw of 378 BCF. Some weakness in natural gas prices following that.
Enigma short on the NQ3. DCDM NQ on the 5. 2-finger NQ on the 37 on the 5. Divergence.
So the other thing I could do too to fix the speed problem here is I could go up a time frame, even maybe 1 or 2 time frames here.
NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the RTY bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37. J hook long NQ on the 5. Touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ.
Yeah, and then shift over to YM or RTY. Outside of the eval, I think during the eval, I actually, you know, like, look, the cheapest and least risk phase is that eval phase. It costs $19, right? This is the whole thing that's awesome about Apex, is you're starting in on, it's $19.70 was what we bought these accounts for, right? So during their 90% off
We've posted the weekly natural
things.
gas storage reports on the feed for
So
the
really, it's kind of the lowest risk time area. But you also want to just sprint through that and get to the next phase so that you can really maximize the savings on that, right? So normally that would be, it's like $198 for the account, and you're getting it for $19.70 through the eval phase. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and if you do like miss that home run shot, it's no big deal. Like you're literally like, to get 10 accounts, so times 10, if I'm getting 10 accounts, like I literally, it only cost me $198 for that attempt, right? And that's, I mean, it's only a part of a trade, right? $198 will be kind of nothing on the risk of that eval. Then activate, yes, exactly.
Lower bands touch NQ on.
Yes, $20 yesterday, exactly. So we loaded up, you know, $19.70, call it $20. So $20.
Pip.NQ on the 9.
according to the
Loaded up 10, and we just kind of want to hit a home run, get day one, pass in one day. That's the other thing about during those 90%, during their sale offers, they oftentimes have it attached with a rule that you can pass in one day. That's the other thing. By the way, that's the other thing that changes this. This is not the same across other trader funding programs. For instance, some of these others, they have 5 days. You have to trade over 5 days during the eval phase. Well, that's totally different. And that's the whole thing about these, is not all trader funding programs are created equal. They're not the same. A lot of different rules around all of them. And it almost feels like there's more work through on the rules through these trader funding programs than there are to trading. And I think trading is hard enough as it is. So once you have understood the rules of a trader funding program, like I wouldn't go beyond 2. Like if you're gonna do like one of them, you know, to really focus in, I think that's a good idea. 2 max, I think, because there's just too many rules, too many different engagements of whether it's payout rules, different phases, phase 1, 10 contracts, second phase, 5 up to what's the number, 2,500 plus, and then how much is the buffer that you need to move up? Is it trailing drawdown or is it end of day drawdown? Is it static? All of those different rules at these trader funding programs can be quite stressful, in my opinion. Stressful to me thinking about them even right now. to have to even try to explain them. It's like almost a full-time job to keep up with that. It's bot locked. You get a violation if you trade more than 5 before the buffer. Okay. And so the buffer amount is my... Okay, define the buffer for me, guys, on that 50K. Is it 2,500 or is it 3,000? Because 3,000 is the target. So is that the buffer, or is it the $2,500 drawdown number? That buffer. Can we get an official answer on that?
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Buffer is 2,600. Okay, because it's the 2,500 plus $100. Okay, so 2,600. Boom, there it is. Thank you for that. Okay, so 2,600 after I have made 2,600 after the eval, and again during the eval phase I have to make 3,000 to pass. You get your certificate when you hit that.
Fib.NQ.
That $3,000 target. Hit the $3,000 target without going $2,500 drawdown, right? So, but that's the trick of that game. And then moving into that second phase, I now go from 10 contracts down to 5, and the official number is, with those 5 contracts, I need to do $2,600 to unlock the rest of those contracts. So at 2,600. I don't know if it's like an automatic thing, if I'm inside of a trailing component, or, you know, those types of things that, you know, make me a little bit nervous on. At the same time, am I really going to like, okay, now I'm going to press the button right after that? Yeah, probably not. I'm probably going to settle in after a trade. But at that moment, I would need to know that. And these are things that you need to be a master of the trader funding program that you're going to be using before you should really be taking it seriously. Otherwise, you really are just, you know, what are you going to do? You're just throwing your money away? Like you're just, okay. How much do you want your practice to cost you? Make over 3,100 and don't think in funded about trail, I believe, for 50Ks. Yeah, so there's a lot of variation, right? So capital price, you think it might be $100 plus the 3,000.
NQ on the
Some others have said 2,500 plus the 100. So that's what I mean by like it's not clear, right? A lot of people who have traded these, and you know, there's differences in the comments right now, even because of people's understanding. That's why I'm kind of going like, make sure you do understand what they are, and don't take the first person's word for it, right? I'm a untrustworthy person as it is, but I mean, like, I trust nobody. I don't trust the government. Somebody tells me something, I double check what they say. I feel bad for, you know, my team. It's, you know, telling me stuff sometimes. We actually had a scenario like that yesterday. One of the guys who was working on our web side of things. So we had migrated to, so you had original Wix, and then there's Wix Studio Edition, and you know, I was told that, oh, you can't, like, we needed to make adjustments to the mobile version of our site, blah blah blah. And I'm like, okay, well, let's first of all, before we get to that, let's disable the mobile version. I actually like the desktop mobile, even when you're looking at the desktop version on mobile, I think it looked better. So I was like, let's disable the mobile friendly on that. And they were like, okay. So they went to go do that, and they came back to me and said, well, you can't do that in Wix Studio. And I was like, okay, here's my, you told me that information. They had obviously done that research, but here's my doubt, right? I doubt that. I had to go search it for myself. I'm like, let me double check that. And I thought, surely not. If you had original Wix and they, you know, their whole upgrade is to get people into Wix Studio that can handle more reactive style website designs and things, and you're going to tell me they removed the feature to be able to disable mobile friendly for a period of time. Anyway, they were right. So, you know, sometimes you get surprises in the way that you don't want it. But yes, you know, I'm very frustrated right now with our, you know, website timings. It's been forever. Like, we were supposed to have gotten the website client portal stuff done, like maybe there at the first of the year after the Christmas holidays, coming back, and here we are in February, and we still don't have the client portal completed. And we keep, you know, we keep running into stuff and little silly things like that that are frustrating. You find out like an upgrade is actually a downgrade. Oh, those are the worst. You know, I feel like that same thing with NinjaTrader. Like, oh, we put out this new version. Oh, they've got loading issues when you go to a new contract. Well, dude, I, as a person who's trying to, like, you're messing with my software that I make a living with, you know, like, let's not have that. But, you know, the latest is not the greatest. Those are kind of some of the worst issues in my opinion.
Touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch double delta. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands.
Yeah, Jeremy, that would be awesome.
Upper bands.
That would be awesome. I have a feeling there's. Oh, okay, I would love to take this shot. Okay, if I'm in my normal account, this might be my shot right here. All right, I might be looking for a short. Let's see. I want a triple crown. There's one. Here's two. I need to wait for a triple crown.
37.
This could be make or break right here. We have a, oh, there's my Enigma. There's 35 ticks. Okay, this might be my play, folks. Here it comes. I've been talking all morning. Wait for it.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
It's technically still too fast, but look at my chart. There's the triple crown. Okay, this might be my 65 ticks. Here we go. Okay, here's one.
NASDAQ on the MACV.
I was too chicken to press it twice. There's my 60 ticks.
Eastern time. We're expecting comments from Fed's boss tick.
Oh, only got 800. Okay, hold on. Control E.
NQ on the 9.
Okay. All right, the first bag is in. Wait, why are these open? Wait, flatten. What is going on? Flatten everything.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 30.
Flatten everything. What is happening? Why is it still moving?
37. Lower bands.
Close operation failed. Operation timed out. Manually close your position. What is going on? Close the positions.
Lower bands touch NQ.
What the F?
7.
Close.
Divergence down NQ on the 9. NQ on the 5.
Flatten everything. What is going on? Close the position. Close. What is... Close.
DCDM and
Close. What is going on? Oh my goodness. Are you serious right now? Take my profits, asshole. Oh my word, I am losing it. I am losing my crap right now. What the F?
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Are y'all seeing this?
Fib.NQ.
What the F? Close the position. Dear F-tards. Close from the web? Can you close them on Apex's site? Well, you know, hey, this is my learning phase. Is this what we're doing? Oh my goodness.
Fib.NQ on the
All right, going to the Apex. I see 10 active evals. Okay. And look, now it's gonna go. Now it's gonna go. Now it's gonna blow me out, right? It's gonna go to a $3,000. Yeah, they're gonna lock me out now.
NQ on the 37.
Dude, F this. F this. What are you doing? What is going on? Are you serious right now?
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Okay, I'm on the site. Accounts, past evals, account history, account details. When you say it's on their web, is there an interface to do that on in Apex?
Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 9. NQ on the 8.
What connection am I using? Trade of 8?
Treasury 63% says
I'm using Trade of 8.
support lowering tariffs on Canadian goods.
Yeah. Connection, Apex, Trade of 8. What? Oh my goodness.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. NQ on the 9.
Anyone buying this garbage should be ashamed. Wait,
Fib.NQ on the 9.
buying. Are you talking about AlgoBox? This is not an AlgoBox problem, bro.
Fib.NQ on the 37.
Alpha, what broker are you saying? You're saying cash broker, but what do you? I mean, what are you talking about? I'm on a so-called cash broker, and the slippage is worse. I'm buying this garbage should be ashamed. What are you talking about? Not AlgoBox. Okay. Yeah. Okay, but what am I? Why can't I close these? Hit the API limit in Tradevate. Only way to close is in Tradevate.
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
That's a thing.
Fib.NQ.
API limit in Tradevate. Where do you see that error message?
NQ on the
Is that in messages?
Fib.NQ on the 9.
In the log? Oh my goodness. Experiment day strike 2. So another winner turned into a loser from technical items. So when I was pressing close, we're up 800 and witness highs 2500 and literally could not close these out. Close all selected account positions. Close all. Yes. Positions.
Lower band touch L2 on the 1.
Close the positions, bro.
Absolutely not support.
Flatten everything. What are you doing to me, bro?
NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Try flatten all.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
It works for me when I hit flatten all. Okay. When you say flatten all, you're saying flatten everything? Flatten all, the actual button, flatten all?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 30.
This one?
NQ on the 5.
Flatten all. What is going on? I can't close the position. They won't flatten. Close position. Close position. It was the perfect play, y'all. Look at this. It was the perfect plays. Like, oh my goodness, y'all.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
What are we doing? Do it manually one by one. Right click, close position. It won't close. Okay, the very top one. Okay, starting at the top. Right click, close position. Nope, won't close. WTF. I have never seen this ever. Oh, 20 years. I have not seen this. Okay, let's at least solve the problem. Workspace, I'm going to save this as a different workspace.
Lower bands touch
Save as
double delta NQ on the 5.
I'm gonna call this dead ass. This is awful. Okay, so save. I'm gonna close NinjaTrader and reconnect. Is that what we're doing here? You have 21 plus active orders. You have 10 positions. You have 10 positions. You really want to shut down? Yes. You know, save workspace dead ass. Y'all, how should I answer this question? Do you want to save workspace dead ass? Yes.
NQ on the
Oh my word! All you can do is laugh. All you can do is laugh. Rhythmic might be the way to go. Oh, like post to stop. Okay, thank you, Antonio. Let's put that as an option. Yeah, like place a new order with stops back behind it. Enable the okay. Let's see. Ooh, okie dokie. Let's relaunch us some NinjaTrader. The TradeAway. I have logged into the TradeAway web version one time. Pretty much only to set up Apex accounts.
Silver extends decline, lost down nearly 80.
Wow, that is crazy. Here we go. Rhythmic has been pretty solid for you. Okay.
So we are shortly expecting comments from Fed's boss.
And the Rhythmic, do they still have like a separate little interface?
On the feed for those interested.
It's been a while. I have used the well, I've helped in tech support. I help people set these up all the time. In the past for Rhythmic, but there was a little separate GUI interface for it, and then I think they kind of changed it. This happened to me last month. I had to have TradeAway open in web to close out positions. Alrighty then. So let's reconnect. Connections. Isn't there an emergency flatten all on Apex's back end? Oh, if that's the case, please somebody post me a screenshot in the Discord.
Besant says the opposite
If that
of my
exists,
2024
please do.
prediction on tariffs has happened.
Oh, Patrick, that flatten all worked? Okay. Well, this one's programmed to do the flatten everything. But I will give that a shot here first, actually, as we relaunch and reconnect. Okay, so connect to Apex, TradeAway.
Besant says in 2024, I saw inflation and a stronger dollar from tariffs.
Wait. What? No. No way. Are y'all seeing this?
Double delta NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 37.
Did it?
On the touch and divergence NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ
Y'all.
on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ
Are y'all
on the 37.
are y'all seeing this?
Upper bands double delta NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Are y'all seeing this? Okay, I closed out NinjaTrader. These positions actually closed basically where they
On the 5.
were supposed to have. So what? Let me understand. So it fired off the API calls to close all these, but it's like it didn't register with the local, and the local didn't.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
So local what? That might have worked out. Try to place an order. Should say not allowed. Okay. So I did not push anything, by the way. Just I reconnected, and so.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Oh, this is gonna be
Bands touch NQ
This
on
is
the
really gonna be interesting.
double delta NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37.
Okay. So I'm gonna turn the copier back on.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 30.
Let's see. It's detected you don't have any accounts set up in the copier. Set your account. Okay. So I need to set these back up because that didn't save from earlier. Okay. All right. Let's go.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
See if it's opened up. Blank. Okay. So yeah. So gonna reset the copier here, and then we will. All right. So let's do that again.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
You know, I said we do some learning together on this, or at least for me. Like you guys probably already have more experience on the trader funding programs than I do. I knew it would be a learning experience for me. I didn't know it was gonna be this much learning. I did not plan on it being this wild. I knew there was gonna be some fun to it, but learning a lot.
Fib.NQ on the
All right, 11, 8.
Divergence.
All right, let's get them up here. 10 accounts. 7. 12.
Double delta NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the
Okay,
30. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
They're set.
Fib.NQ
Trade
on the
copier on. Okay. Trade copier on. Pete, whole Kate name shows. Hey, thanks, Pete. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'll
Fib.NQ on the 5.
we'll get that fixed.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
After stream there. Okay.
Germany's economy minister says German
When you
government
logged in
shares the
Trader
US's
8.
analysis that
Okay.
the
1
goal
point.
is to
Could have
diversify
sworn
global supply
Apex
chains for
would
critical
auto
raw
liquidate
materials
if
and
past
to
the
reduce
3K.
existing dependencies,
Yeah, and they would have, and that's why I think so. I think that was actually weirdly enough something disconnected with the API to that, where it did actually close them. It sent the closes because what I see registered, like this is what's coming from the server, right? Server side says they closed out my positions appropriately. And let's see if I can pull this over here. So my account here, so
Upper bands
mine
NQ on the
was
37.
good.
Upper bands touch NQ
there,
on 37.
843 in my main. And so, you know, and I expected some variety across these. That can happen. We know that. So these, like when I punched that hotkey to close, it looks like that registered. It looks like they did close, but something, some craziness occurred during that wild speed action.
NQ on the 5.
And so all of the, you know, all that showing, which is why you couldn't close it, right? I think that's what was going on there. I couldn't close it because there wasn't actually anything there. If I'm trying to sort through that. Okay. Didn't I tell y'all, like, that was like the perfect play? Like, that's what I wanted. I waited for the perfect play. I was patient this morning. It was a perfect play, right? We called it up here. We said, okay, triple crown, ready to go down. It was perfect. It was perfect. Perfect. I could have gotten my 60. I wanted my 60 ticks out of it.
NQ on the 5. NQ on the 37.
But couldn't get it.
According to a shipping schedule, a tanker that has delivered fuel to Cuba since last
Some trade copiers. I mean, I guess we could say maybe there's. I have not seen that with our copier. It's just literally calling direct native. I mean, but we're gonna try it again. Gonna find out. Portugals, because trading isn't hard enough. We have to deal with these kinds of problems every day. No, this is
NQ on the 5.
Yeah, I'm learning this. Patrick, you set your daily profit target.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
Can't do that. Yeah. Maybe P&L is different across those. Okay, I'll do one account. Well, you know, this is a time for me to figure it out, right? It only cost me $19 for each account, right? So that would be the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's 19 bucks. If I was going to do it anytime, this would be the time to mess it up, right? Let's see. Night Nate said yes. Vinny, with the API, it went through, but did not communicate back to you. Yeah, I totally think the same thing. Late Nate, can you send me a ping in Discord? Can we get on a DM? You know, you sound like you know what's up, right? Like,
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if you'd be willing to get on maybe a quick voice call with me later on today or something, but anyway, if you're willing, I'd like to hear your experience around that kind of stuff. But yeah, and do you know any of their API limits, like stuff like that I might need to know? You know, it's crazy. It reminds me of, so man, it was 2017. I did a, it wasn't a direct copier. It was where we used Collective 2, and I would trade one account. And are you guys familiar with Collective 2? So they will allow people to copy your account through their service. So basically, people register with Collective 2. If I took a trade, it would copy my trades to the accounts of anyone who was following it on Collective 2. It was fine in Forex. Forex, you know, whatever their API can. Forex is slow, right? Snorex, we call it Snorex. But as soon as the market was fast, and we would get those, it was an API call thing. If I entered like I normally would, tat, or multiple trade entries quickly, which on this one, I don't think I did. Did I even hit the second one? No, I didn't. It was 5 contracts and I just hit it once. So it could be a different thing, but like there are API speed call limits where it was, oh, they were too fast. Like, well, what was the threshold? They didn't tell us either, but it's like, you did three trades in 3 seconds. No, we don't let that happen. Or 3 trades in 2 seconds. You click tat like that. You can only one trade a second or something. Like, I don't even know, like whatever the API thing was. And I understand, like, there are technical difficulties all over the place. That's the thing, but you got to understand what those are if you're going to, you know, be doing things that are, you know, outside the ordinary, which is exactly what you're doing when you're like, okay, people are copying into their accounts, because you understand when you're pressing the button to get in on that, and if the market's moving quickly, Well, there's some kind of lagging delay between the communication from my machine to Collective 2's server, where they're having to register it, send it to all the other copy accounts, then, well, there's not even a register back. It's literally me sending them what to do, like open position, close position, and then they're doing that same scenario to all these other accounts. Well, we were getting all these error messages. At least I could see the error messages, though. I was getting error messages back in my email that was like throttling. It was saying API throttling. And it caused all these problems. I was just like, okay, well, you can't do futures on Collective 2. That was where we're just like, okay, you can't do it there. Like, we're registering locally accurate, and they weren't able to. And again, it's not their fault. It's whatever the technology was going on, but you know, you got to put that in your fine print somewhere. And they also were unwilling to fix the problem either. Their CEO's and like tool bag, or he just didn't like me. Who even knows? Like, everybody, you get somebody on the wrong day, and you know, things just work or they don't work. Anyhow, it just reminds me of that coming up on the API situation, if it is, you know, the API call to the back end and whatnot. Okay, so currently, where are we sitting? Currently, what's the lowest one? One of them only got $480. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's the 10 accounts. Mine, so again, mine was the leader account. So I did 843. And then, you know, that was some really fast action in there. So lowest one, I mean, basically I should just like think of it as none of them have really gotten where they need to be, right? Okay. To 3K and beyond, and through the learning phase.
Lower bands NQ on the 37.
I have a whole video around that, actually. Chris, if you want to hit me up in the public chat there, I'll send you a whole video walkthrough on those. So I did a whole video like showcase, because, you know, again, like my the troll haters are always hanging out in the call, and they're, oh, whatever, it didn't work. Like Collective 2 said this and that, and I'm like, I will go show you all of them. So we went through the whole video, went into my emails. Okay, we got a bounce opportunity right here. I think this might be the one.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
There's the delta shift
on the 37.
It's getting snappy here.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
We are currently sell side, so that's my hesitation on it.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
We got a red dot over on the right, so maybe not. Might back if I hear sellers come in, target the back of the Enigma here.
DCD
is across.
On the 37.
We get short back behind that.
Touch NQ on the 37.
Right there. All right. Missed that opportunity. We knew that this was going to be an important area, right? We drew this little zone for that. Again, this is just the fact that I'm thinking through all this stuff. You know, I'm missing out on trade opportunities here, but this was the whole point of this. That's why we called it the challenge. It was to challenge and go through the. This is harder. It is definitely harder doing trader funding. Okay, anybody who tells you that it's not, it's like, oh no, it's easier. Dude, who says this is easier? It is definitely not easier. To just be able to have the freedom to take your trades and adjust your size, which is, in my opinion, the ideal, and that's the way to do it. You do it through RAM, it will be quicker. Sorry, what did I miss?
It says the Treasury is examining what caps
if you
might
do
to
it
the
through
ABS
raw.
market.
What?
So Bessent there is being asked about the ABS impact from
ZX. What do you mean there? What could you do it through RAM? It will be quicker. Sorry, could you tell me what you're referring to? Yeah, API limits is real. Yeah, and then what's crazy is my trolls were like, oh, it's not an API limit. I'm like, bro, do you know anything about APIs? How they work? Do you service calls, listeners? Do you know any of that? No, they try to pretend like they're experts all of a sudden. I'm like, dude, you've never coded in your life. Do you? You don't know? Like not. Okay, so we have an ESL thing. All right, bro. I don't know. Don't know what you're saying.
Touch NQ on the 89.
Like not through API, not other server. Do it in your machine. Are you a project manager? Look, I want to kind of give this example. If you wouldn't mind, tell me, what do you do for a living, CX?
Divergence down NQ on the 5.
If I had to use my mental telepathy, I see a project manager sitting in his office right now. Are you a project manager?
Trump has talked about a 1-year cap on card rates.
Lower band.
We'll start with your name is ZX9539. Okay. 2 broken sentences.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
If you do it through RAW, if you do it through RAM, it will be quicker. Oh,
on the 9.
if you do it through RAM, it will be quicker. You know, I love it when project managers come into the dev area and it's like, hey, listen, guys, they're all dressed up in their little fancy shirts. They got their polo Ralph Lauren on, all tucked in perfectly, whatnot. That's what they're good at, is getting dressed up and making things look good, right? They walk in the door and they're like, just trust me, bro, I'm smart. Hey, you know, if you do it through RAM, it'll be quicker because RAM is quicker. Quicker than what, sir? You know, it's quicker.
NQ on the 30s.
Quicker than what? Just do it in the RAM. How do you do it in the RAM, sir? You know. Oh, you don't know how to do it in the RAM?
Fib.NQ on the
Sir, can you show us? Can you step up to the keyboard? Oh, no. I did that way back in the day. I was programming Pascal when you were 3 years old. Okay. 23 years old. Finished military, special forces in Israel. Okay.
Quotes.
All right. So you don't know anything about RAM, but you're gonna tell me it's quicker in RAM. I read on the interwebs somewhere. Okay. Hey, you passed the project manager test. You're not a project manager. Hey, you could have a job in project management.
Touch NQ on the 37.
Okay. Know nothing but talk everything. All right. No offense, but seriously. No, you can't communicate in your RAM on your local computer to a server that needs to register your stuff where the money is made. Okay. Like, do I have to point that out? Okay. You're military in Israel. Okay. Can you shoot a missile in your office to hit Iran? Like, I'm like, I need to hit Iran. Oh, I'm going to fire the missile in my office. Hey, just fire it in your office. It'll be faster. Okay. Here, let me run around your office because then Iran. Here I go. Folks, hold on. I'll be right back.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Lower bands.
Woo! Iran.
NQ on
In my office, y'all. And that is how I destroyed Iran. There you go. Yeah? Obviously, that doesn't make sense. In the same way that telling me that just do it in the RAM is not... You don't know what an API... What does API stand for? Go ahead, Google it. You don't know what API is. Okay. Anyway, this is what I mean. Everybody's got a solution. They're not always right. Trust no one, especially online. Okay. All right, man. Hey, I hope you... Listen. Good, much love to you, bro. Laugh a little, okay? Don't be mad. Okay, just laugh about it. It's a joke, okay? We're just joking. Have a good time, all right? But, self-deprecate sometimes. It's okay. Making fun of yourself is fun sometimes.
Lower bands touch the 89.
I ran, you ran. Did you go run too? I ran, you ran. We all ran. For ran. All right, but you know what I'm saying, right? Inside the web or something. No word. Well, it's funny. The first thing I said was ESL, right? I said there's an ESL problem, right? You said my English isn't not much. I get it, and that's what I said. I think we got a little ESL. That's fine. But then, like, the problem is also the problem, right? There's plenty of people who English as a second language is fine, but they know the problem. Right, and I'm not asking for perfect English, but the explanation, like, it still doesn't work. Like, the logic is still not there. It's still a logical fallacy. You can't tell me, do it in the RAM, bro. Do it in the RAM? You can't, there's this network thing, okay? Networking is a thing. There are network people who it's like their entire job to, like, handle network latency. You want to see, like, something crazy? Somebody open up a command line real quick, okay? Everybody click on start. Let's have some fun with it. Type CMD. CMD will pull up a command prompt window. Okay. Now in your command prompt window, type in trace RT. Now I don't do this to the public because the actually smart hacker trolls that I have will be like, oh, let's hack his IP address. Okay. But I'm going to type in trace route to google.com real quick here. No, let's go to a different one. Let's go to something that might create a bunch of hops here.
Fib.nq on the 5. Fib.
What's a web address out of, how about an Israeli website? Maybe I shouldn't do that while I'm talking about all this stuff. Maybe that's a bad example. How about we do a
double delta nq on the 5.
Obviously I didn't plan this.
Fib.nq.
How about NinjaTrader's website? Yeah, we'll do trace route to NinjaTrader's website. Let's do that.
Bear Sense says, I don't know if China is working on a digital asset challenge.
Okay, so you're going to see, so it says
that there are lots of
tracing route to NinjaTrader.com, and it gives my IP address. It says over a maximum of 30 hops, and now you're going to see all of these things, all right? Now you're going to see probably your ISP is probably listed somewhere in there, and I don't even want to say my ISP is because next thing you know, like these hacker tards online that'll come at me like, but yes, you know, I see some long set of things, multiples, right? All of these ping request scenarios, and like all of these hops that are coming. I'm going to take a partial screenshot of this component that doesn't show a bunch of other stuff, okay? For the learning phase of what we're doing here, okay? Here we go. This isn't giving away too much here, okay? But let's talk about the routes, all right? You want to learn a little something today? Okay, here we go. Let's learn this little something. Let's learn a little something, okay? Let's get a little something. Okay. So, this is the millisecond response time between each hop, okay? Just to get to NinjaTrader.com, there are 6 hops, okay? Because I can see right here, it's like, okay, here we're starting to land. We're hitting, okay? So we hit, there's some device right here, device number 2, device number 3, device number 4, device number 5, device number 6.
Lower band.
That a little electronic packet, when you click on your button, has nothing to do inside of your RAM local. I have now, from my RAM, got to go out there and go all across that and then get to some server that then also has to translate. By the way, in between my call, there's a ton of other calls that it's handling from all these other, you know, probably millions of people who are using Apex and all these others, right? You're fighting for the API service call to answer and respond to you. Okay, am I really explaining the problem yet?
And Cuba says,
all right, anyhow,
contingency plan.
there's a lot more going on than meets the eye, folks. Everybody who's been, you know, growing up in Glass, like, you know, Project Glass, you're 23 years old. Okay, look, you may not know how the internet was created. I was the old school guy who was literally there building the internet that you're using here today. Okay, I literally started out doing network stuff for a hospital. Then I worked for ExxonMobil and literally did their network components. Literally not translating, but we did a conversion project of token ring to Ethernet. How many of you guys even know what token ring is? Type in the chat. Were you old enough to know what token ring is? Token ring, type a 1 if you do, 2 if you don't, and I actually expect to see more 2s than 1s.
Fib.nq on the 9.
Okay. Token ring to Ethernet conversions was like one of my first projects. I know shizdit dizzle, all right? I have been around. I was working on like 14.4 baud. You don't even know what that is. 14.4 baud rate modems, okay, before you were an egg in your mommy's womb, okay? Like, actually, apparently, like, women are born with their eggs. But you know what I'm saying. Okay, before you were fertilized and you popped into this, going through the portal of life to enter Earth, okay? you don't know. You don't know what's up. Anyway, I'm not trying to say you're dumb, but I'm like going, if I'm telling you, here's an answer, again, I don't know the all answers for everything, okay? But some things I might kind of know, okay? We have built out some really cool stuff. But okay, so no, the answer is no. You can't do it in your RAM, bro. Okay. But that is the whole, like, you know. Let me throw out a token solution.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Anyway, I love you, bro. Don't hate me. Just laugh on it a little bit. That I'm a nerd, and I eventually got tired of guys who could dress better and talk better, taking credit for my work, yada yada. So, you know, I kind of give project managers a little bit of a hard time, just a little bit. Wow, look at this move. Okay, where did this call come from? Did anybody grab that 6.9? Because, you know, 6 and 9, we got to turn around. Am I right? 69, there we go. 6.9 and a gigantonormous rocket launch off the bottom. I'm gonna have to delete this live stream. I have said too much. You remember 2400 baud? Yeah, I was right before that. 14.4, and then they had a way to double it. And I'm pretty sure it's 28.8. I think you actually might have got that wrong, Tom. I hate to beat you up on that. And but look, I'm a nerd, so I do what I do. When you said 2400 baud, I'm pretty sure you mean 28.8, right? Because it was like 14.4. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong. 2400. Maybe there was a 2400.
NQ on the 89. NQ on the 9.
Okay, Super AO short, y'all. I'm just gonna do it. This is my spot. Oh, there we go. Your account is currently set to liquidation only due to auto liquid, no auto unlocking. Please contact the trade desk for additional details. Okay, nope. There's the official, folks. So all of that tech problem, blah blah blah. No, it was a problem. No, it didn't close out properly. Whatever. It sucks. Okay, I'm gonna take my winners. Okay, again, another winner on my account. Trade of 8. Fail. Oh, one of the accounts is still on. Okay, so one of the accounts is still valid right here, 1200 somehow. Let's do it again for learning purposes. Let's
down spot 91%, the lowest since January 23rd.
Enigma long on the NQ5.
Oh jeez. Yeah, the lead account is still good. Yeah. Okay. So, hey, this gives me an opportunity to, I guess I got to email Apex. Is this tech support? So you guys tell me your experiences. What's the best way to get in contact with Apex? Is it through their dashboard? So on my dashboard, let's so here's what it looked like earlier today.
Touch NQ on the 80.
Let's see. Active evals 10. This was earlier. I'm going to press refresh. I imagine that's going to say that some didn't pass or something. Let's see what it says. No, active evals. So pressing refresh is still 10. Okay, so let's go to something in here has to tell me that, right? Something tells me that they're on auto liquidate.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 80.
Accounts. Active evals.
NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Okay.
Upper bands touch on the 37.
So I see a bunch of reset account buttons. Okay. So let's see.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Apex website. Is it real time? Apex website will reset at the end of day. Oh, okay. So it'll update there. Knew it. NT8 wasn't showing the updated accounts.
Enigma short on the
It's over. Yeah.
On the 9.
That experiment was over. 17 AO moonshot on the 1 minute bar. LOL. Nice, nice. Hey, our system, it will work on time bars. Like if you want to play it on time bars, it will.
It's due to sell 105
Clear up loan when you went into drawdown, orders never closed out. Yeah, it looks like they didn't. Oh, here's another one. Here's another play right here. All right, well, I'm going to turn the trade copier off here, and I'm going to trade my normal account and make a little money here today. That's a double. There we go. I'll grab another 30 back. All right, put me at 2K here on the day. But okay, so if we're contacting Apex tech support, what's the way to do that? Where do I go to hit Apex tech support to ask them, hey, can y'all look at my, what do I do? Look at my live stream today? Can y'all, I don't even know. Surely they don't want to see the whole thing, so I'll need to clip out part of that and send them, but to say, hey, there's evals again with the 2K. Yeah. Well, the thing is now it's not $19 anymore. All right. So now it's $198 for 10. And I'm like, if this is the type of stuff, do I really want to spend $1,900
upper bands
to do that again?
On the 89. Double delta NQ on the 9.
What's worth, I did see you pass the accounts. Oh yeah, totally. Like well, I don't know that I actually passed it either. When on the first pass, when I tried to close it out at $800, right? Like $800, I was going to grab that first batch of 800. Like on that play, I was like, okay, because I could just tell where it was going. I was like, okay, close it out. I hit the hotkey to close. Okay, and all of a sudden I'm getting bing, 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 bing. You know, like can't close. Or actually, no, I closed out, but I couldn't see it. I had to roll back the tape to see what it was. But I know that it was. No, it just left them open, right? I don't even think I got any error messages. There were no error messages. I just looked over and I'm like, why are those not closing? Why are they not closing? You know, that was the whole thing that was going on there. Mega late Nate here. Okay, I mean, it's a mega late Nate.
Upper band touch and
Here's a double trouble. I need to kind of get back to my standard sizing here now. So let's see, what do we got going on here? High time frame. They're making some monster move here. There's a red dot. All right, doubled up there. Go see if I can get to my lucky 24s. There's my lucky 24. Ready DD. Let's see. Come back to my POE. Normally I should have pulled half right there, but I'm just
NQ on the 37.
A little
Divergence down NQ on the 9.
A little off my game here. We have a 4.5 here, so basically I'm playing this right here. High time frame. Could be like a potential 100 tick scenario in here.
Upper bands touch.
There we go. Okay, I'll pull half as we go down. There's 60 and close it. Targets filled. 6K on the day. All right, I'm pretty much done here today. That's Super AO, Super Dot, and beautiful drop. Again, high time frame opportunity, low time frame risk. Looking for the entries. Rack 'em, stack 'em.
Double delta NQ on the 9.
Yeah. And so watch everyone messes up. It's easier mentally to do it right. Daryl got no time. Yeah. Just reset the account. Oh, how much are resets? Isn't there some deal during this event? Like how much are resets? Has anybody got that number for me? Idea I saw earlier having trade of 8 auto liquidation. No, that's a great idea for evals. Yeah, set the auto. That wouldn't have helped me there this morning because I was trying to close out at plus 800. Trade of 8, log into their thing. Okay. Just hit up Daryl. Oh yeah, let me call Daryl. This private line. Hey bro, can you reset my 10 accounts? Oh yeah, sure bro. While he's sipping on.
In 5 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, the US is due to sell $105 billion in 4-week bills.
I'm picturing him floating out on a beach right about now somewhere. Okay. Oh man, are they gonna hand me another one? Let's go. This is Super AO after a big move up here. All right.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
I need to get to regular sizing here. Super AO stack.
Fib.NQ on the 37. Double delta.
There's 30. Can I get 35? 40 ticks. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Wish I had a little more size on that, but I mean, the market's just handing out candy now, and I can't trade it because hashtag
Fib.NQ
trader fun. It's so fun. Trader fun. Ding. Ding. Ding dong. More like ding dong.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
What? Resets are $65. All right, 65 times 10, so $650. y'all see me spend $650 of this to do it again? Okay. Let's see.
Treasury
So,
Secretary Beth Ender says Iran.
What I should do for the experience is to, you know, work with our tech support team and also be able to tell you guys. Like the whole point is too to like let me tell you guys my experience with things.
Fib.NQ on the 9, divergence down NQ on the 80,
So
NQ on the 5.
the question is,
Divergence down NQ on the 9. Bands touch NQ.
so if you have like a live recording like that, so if you came and showed them like, hey, like there was obviously a technical issue there, they weren't closing out, we'd closed out and the others didn't close out, or are they going to say, well, it's the trade copier's fault? What do you guys think? Are they going to blame the trade copier, or are they going to say, if you reset, you're still on trade of 8?
The ECB's
Apex always used to give me problems with the trade copier. Now I use Lucid and Tradeify, copying 10 accounts and no issues.
Enhancing the
Oh, okay.
role. The ECB
DMMMCR. Hey, can you ping me there in Discord and
ECB also
remind
reserves
this
the right to refuse transactions with banks on
Lucid
reputational
and
grounds.
Tradeify, copying. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind, help me out in Discord there. If you'll give me some details later on what you're copying along with all that, like I'm happy to potentially try some of that.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5.
Beth Ender says we are at the beginning of a manufacturing boom in the US.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 9.
Okay, we're about to hit prior low up here. Let's see. Up to prior low. Let's see if we get a play set up here. We got divergence over on the right.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
It is on the, they will definitely blame trade copier and give generic responses of trading is risky. We're not responsible for issues around copiers.
Shortly
Wait
expect
for the next $20 deal, Vinny. Okay. Yeah, so hey, maybe we've done our experiment with Apex. Let's what trader funding program should we do next? My plan was funded next, so I'll just probably stick with that. I'll be like, we're either doing funded next or trade day. I liked their ideas around the end of day stuff, so it will probably be that. Let's see if we can make a little money here, shall we? We got Delta Shift 4.5 up here at the top.
On the 5.
Kind of the wrong color here for me. That's a 4.5 green, but we're at double targets filled right here. We got GLR, all kinds of reasons I could short that. There's my super dot.
On the NQ5.
Enigma up. Let's hear if I get. Oh, there we go. There's my dot. Okay. Target the back of the Enigma here for this play. Here in buyer's step, Super AO, 5-9.
Enigma short on
Enigma. So first target's there at the 35s.
Double delta down NQ.
Divergence fired over here on the right.
Double delta
Moving up fast. Don't think it's going to last. Or is this going to just turn into be my bad day? There we go. Red dot, add on position.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 89.
Let's see.
Upper bands touch NQ.
So targets are there at the 35 inside.
NQ on the 5.
Or are they just wild childing it? There's a dot could have added there.
2-finger NQ on the
I
37.
am trying not to get too wild with it here.
37. Fib.NQ on
Add to position on dot there on a 40.
Fib.NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch
Take half as we push through, touch the prior low. Red dot should have added. Going to my 35 tick target. Are we there yet?
on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9.
There we go. Take half on it and hold through to the cross. 10K on the day. Let's go. 10K on the day. Hype it up. Regular trading has resumed. Alrighty then. Over here on the right, 3.6. Higher time frame risk, higher time frame opportunity to drop in on the exit for, let's see what size drop that was. It was a beast.
5%
Beastie drop. Let's get a measure from cross to cross there. Yeah, about 100 ticks. Sadly, the experiment wasn't too fun, was it? I mean, it was fun. Is that weird?
Fib.NQ on the 9.
But I just have questions. Like, I don't know fully what was going on there, you know, and I mean, was it the trade copier? Like, are we not? I mean, we're just firing off native NinjaTrader signals. We're saying we're calling NinjaTrader's close features. I don't know. That was definitely strange.
Divergence up NQ on the 9.
Not surprised. You've seen more of that, Captain Price? It wasn't the copier. It happened to me before in Apex. Okay, thank you for that, Petro. Yeah. Can't wait to trade a live account. It's like using prop accounts to treat your very bad habits. So I actually want to talk about that. So I do think that we could do a small account challenge to talk through, like, how would I start with like a $2,500 account? Now let's talk about
Upper bands.
how hard is it for someone to get their hands on 2,500. Now I think outside of the US, like, this may differ, and I'm happy to, I do want to hear both. I want to hear, you know, those situations.
37.
Fit ratings
But in the US,
GR
how long would it take you to acquire
and shifting import flows.
$2,500? If you were talking about the my suggested absolute minimum, 2,500, so that you can trade with 5 contracts for 5 sizes. What are various ways that you could get $2,500? Maybe phone up the rich uncle.
NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the NQ5. Fib.NQ on NQ on the 9.
But from a work perspective, like, how long would you need to work? Targets filled. Come on, I couldn't pass that up. Triple crown.
So that's
Into an Enigma plus a dot. I should have probably gotten a little bit larger on that, but I mean, I'm not gonna
tariff changes.
I'm not gonna pass up a perfect play like that.
The article from Fit Ratings is on the feed. For those.
$2,500. How is it? I guess my question is this. Let's turn off the music here for a second. Let's get serious. Let's get serious, shall we? Let's get serious.
Enigma long on the NQ.
If you needed $2,500 for anything in life, I don't know, like for car repair or
Double
an
delta.
emergency medical situation, you broke your arm, I don't know. What else could cost you about $2,500?
37.
I know, a major plumbing repair at your house, $2,500. How would you fix your house if you needed $2,500? Let's go to because some of you said, yeah, but you're rich, Vinny, it's different. No, let's say that you were poor. Let's say that, okay, you don't have money to work with. So how would you acquire $2,500 in a situation where you needed to do that? What would you do? Would you work? I mean, there's a lot of things, like now there's options like drive an Uber on the side, like, because you're like, well, I've got my normal, and let's say that you are maxed out, you're capped out on your lifestyle. Like, yeah, don't even get me started on, like, one of the first things I do recommend if you're going to trade full time is to reduce your lifestyle first. And often people can't do that. Sometimes you're definitely, it's much easier to do that when you're young as you get older, I think those things, because of the obligations we have gotten ourselves to, it's also more difficult if you have dependents, if you have children. Like some of our questions when we're talking through mentorship things with people is, so what's your family situation? Where are you in? Do you have people dependent on you? Because if you are, like, this may not be for you. Unless you have the dependents, but you also have capital to work with. It's either time or money in life, on everything. Almost everything is on a time-money balance. And people will say things like, you can't buy time. I kind of had this little bit of a disagreement with that, because I have found ways, as I have acquired capital, that I can buy time. Like, I can literally pay somebody to do things. Like, by buying time, I'm talking about buying time for yourself. No, you can't roll back time, and no, you can't stop the clock on things. But if you know that you want to, if you're talking about spending the time on, you know, we have a short window of time here on Earth as it is, but to spend the times, whether you want to spend it with family, friends, hobbies, charitable things, the things that you want to do, if those are where your value is. But let's say, for instance, I just talked about it earlier. Let's say you have a plumbing scenario. Well, you're either the plumber, or you can pay the plumber to go do that while you are doing the other things you want to do. Does that make sense? But let's say that you can't afford the plumber. So do you get down there and go to YouTube and find out how to fix the whatever problem yourself, and, you know, get down. I don't want to say it's always, I'm not saying it's got to be dirty, but, you know, it can be. All right, let's say you got to dig a trench out in your yard. You got to find the pipe, and you're gonna, I don't even know what situations are, but I know that plumbing scenarios can become very expensive. So you can buy time by going, I've got the capital to pay another person to go do that, so I can keep back doing what I normally do, that I have, you know, wherever you place your value. This can happen in a lot of things. But let's say that you don't. Let's say that you're tapped out. You have maxed out. You've got dependents. But let's say that you needed to extend yourself. Well, you're like, well, I only have. Well, let's talk about, for a trader funding program, what's the minimum you could pay to actually make enough money? Because 25Ks, I know people say they talk about the 25Ks, but like, what's the max payout on a 25K? Let me see. For the first 6 payouts on a 25K, what's the max? 2K?
Fib.NQ on the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 9.
1500. Yeah, I didn't think that was right. See what I'm saying? Like, everybody's got different answers. Somebody's like, immediately 2K. No, that's not true. Like, 2K, that's for the 50K. I'm going like, so for $1,500, right? People like, because people are like, well, I can afford a 25K. Like, you think it through. Here's what I'm saying this. Here's my point on this. I'm going to show you how difficult it is to go the trader funding route to get yourself funded with 2,500 bucks. Okay. Or any other number. But let's say that you've heard from our thing, like, I think recommended minimum account value is 2,500. Now, that's if you're wanting to trade for a living. But if you wanted to, you know, just trade as a side hobby income, you could do technically 1/10 of that, because you could trade micros. But if you're going to do micros, you have extra commissions and things. So I would say probably the bare minimum there is $500 to $1,000 to start making something with that. Okay, because you figure it like this. Let's go into our drawing window here. We're going to talk this through here.
Treasury Secretary Bessent says,
what is the optimum amount of money? So the optimum small account, oops, press the wrong button there. The optimum, oops, let me get these off screen here.
And Bessent says,
Put
further
this one up
Russian
here.
sanctions
There we
depend
go.
on peace talks.
Okay, got our drawing tool. Is it working now? Okay. So why do I say 2,500? What does 2,500? What is this? What's in the $2,500 absolute minimum? Not the ideal. Absolute minimum 2,500. The ideal minimum is 8,000. Let's talk about that one first.
CoinGecko, the crypto market has lost $2 trillion.
Why do I say 8,000? This has to do with dividing
as the sell-off deepens today.
Discount broker margins.
Up NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Lower
So this is the first thing. This is your divisor. So as a data person, you talk about granularity. What is the lowest grain that we're going to talk about?
Lower
$500.
Q on the 37 and Q on the 9.
One contract
Touch and Q on the
of what?
on the 5.
Of most. And I say most here because it's not all. Most of the instruments we trade, $500.
Double
You're
delta.
like, but you trade in Q, Vinny. It's $1,000 a contract. That is correct. I'm just getting through all of the. I'm getting accurate information for you that you can digest. $500. Which instruments are we talking about? If I say most of the instruments that we trade, well, what are those? We trade the nerd, right? So what's the nerd? NASDAQ? Well, ES, RTY, and the Dow. That's most. It's 3/4 of these cost $500 per contract. ES is 500, RTY 500, Dow 500. The nerd NASDAQ is $1,000 a contract.
And Q on the 9.
Now these go up by volatility. The risk to the broker. And this is what I'm going to call normal intraday margins for a discount broker, aka not Charles Schwab, not
upper bands touch and Q on
TD Ameritrade. Use like the retail brokers.
37.
You know, you're going to pay literally like $23,000. They're not even in the same ballpark. That's why I'm saying this is important. These little details are important. You're going to be like, well, my TD Ameritrade, it costs $23,000 on a contract. Yeah, well,
It's near-term pressure to local and regional.
that's why I'm talking about discount brokers. Well, they have risk parameters around what you can do. They have lockouts at 80% drawdown and things like that. I'm not talking about trader funding programs, just so you guys know, right? We're talking about, if you're talking about cash account, people refer to cash account, cash broker, whatnot, discount brokers. NinjaTrader is a discount broker. If you open an account with NinjaTrader, like I'm using them as an example, these are their margins. Now you're going to say, but Vinny, I got an email the other day from a broker, and they said, hey, volatility is going to be up tomorrow, and they said the margin values for like some of these have increased, and you go look, and you're like, but wait, it says it's $2,000. Oh, how dare you? Let's talk about that. So CPI days, FOMC days, etc. Sometimes if you get an email from the broker, again, there's a communication, there's like a relationship that you have with your broker, and they disseminate the information to you, and you have to absorb that. That's your job. That's your business. Everybody's like, well, how am I supposed to keep up with that? Dude, you have to do this like it's your job, okay? Can sometimes be $2,000 a contract for the NASDAQ. Sometimes that could change, rarely. But we're trying to talk about what is the SOP. What's the SOP? Standard operating procedure. How much is a contract? Normally, $1,000 per contract. So with that as a baseline of your granularity, let's go into why I suggest these things. Okay, you got this part? $500, $1,000, $2,000. Those are the numbers you kind of need to think about. So if I want to trade one contract, one contract equals 500. If I'm going to trade two contracts, that's 1,000. Three contracts,
lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
1,500, etc., etc. Okay, so when we're here at the 5, okay,
It's Bostic. Says
the fifth one,
2 miles, 2 laps.
5 times 500 is $2,500. This is how we arrive at this. I want you to be able to trade 5 contracts. And by say, I want you to, I don't care if you do or not. I'm just going, if it's me, what I would teach my children, me, younger version of myself, this is my eyeball goal of absolute minimum, because this allows me to trade. And again, I'm talking about absolute minimum, not the ideal. We'll come back to the ideal here, but know the absolute minimum. Why? And we'll talk about why I want to have a little bit of buffer and also want to add in to be able to trade the NASDAQ. But right here, this is going to allow you to trade the slightly less volatile components of the NERD. And I'll say minus N ERD, okay? Because we can trade ER and D. These three of these, I can trade 5 contracts on RTY,
Boston
Dow,
says it's important.
and ES.
Policy moderately restricted.
And for me, I use ES as a guidepost. I don't want to trade ES directly, just my personal thoughts on it. I tell you to use, I'm trying to simplify this for people on a regular basis, is to go, I can cut this down to actually 2. I don't want to do the ES because oftentimes, first, it's too slow. It's also kind of the bellwether of all these. You can use it as a guidepost. So this leads me down to 2 things. Didn't I tell you guys, what about my 2s? Go into the trading wisdom section and look at my conversation around 2. Our minds are designed, everything in your body, almost everything you have 2 of, except for your heart and your brain, maybe your spleen, your liver, okay? But you got 2 kidneys, you got 2 lungs, you have 2 eyeballs, you have 2 ears, you have 2 nostrils, you have 2 feet. You know what I'm saying? Like 2. We have bulls and we have bears. Bulls and bears. We have a filter direction. What do I want to use for my filter? NERD plus the arrow. What about 2 for our entry? Structure plus order flow event. Let's simplify it for you. What if, when you started out, if you started with a $2,500 account, R and D, RTY, and the Dow. Did I say balls and bears? I said bulls and bears. Yin and yang, right? Of the enigma, yes. Good inside the bad, bad inside the good. No one is all evil, no one is all good. Except for Jesus Christ. Amen? Amen. So I can narrow this down for myself and go, because I need the game to be simpler. Trading is hard, okay? Everything is designed to fake people out. Everything you've learned in your life has set you up for failure in trading, quite frankly, okay? So now if you focus in on RTY and the Dow when you begin, these also have less volatile movements. RTY is like 3 to 5 times less movement than the NASDAQ.
Touch NQ on the 37 on the 5.
Now that works both directions, but you have to be risk averse when you're starting, because you need to launch pad this from $2,500. How do you grow this? And we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about how quickly that can happen with a small account. And also going, you know, is $2,500 going to break anyone? Now, again, there's a different thing if you're talking about, you know, outside the U.S., $2,500 is a lot of money for a lot of people. $2,500 in the U.S. and Canada even is like you can barely get by on $2,500 to do anything with it. If you go long 2GC, you can make 2K in a minute. so GC, let's talk about GC. So why, you're like, people are saying, well, what about gold and stuff like that? Well, gold right now, it's also like its base is also 1,000. Okay, it's like NASDAQ. Okay, and you ideally would like to do that, and so is CL. Okay, crude oil, if you're wanting to do that, that is $1,000 a contract, which we're going to come back to why I think that the ideal is higher than this. But we are talking about absolute minimums first. So per contract,
Fib.NQ on the 5.
for these gold and crude are also $1,000. They're like the NASDAQ.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
So
Fib.NQ on the 5.
2,500 has to do with being able to trade 5 sizes. Now, where do we get the whole 5 sizes thing from? Well, that's over here on my desk. So bottom left-hand corner of my screen here, you see my desk with my 5 trades. Okay, 5 trades, 5 sizes.
Fib.NQ on
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Come back to 2. I only need 2 winners to hit my put chicken dinner on the table. Now, when you're starting out, you may not be able to make a living with that off of the bat, but we want to get to a point where you can make a living, and to make a living, if your living standard is higher anyways, then this $2,500 is not going to be a problem. But I'm talking about your living standard is also probably lower if you are scraping by to be able to get $2,500 in an account where you already have a low cost of living. That's actually a benefit to you, believe it or not. And if you don't have dependents and you are, young and not married and don't have, a nag on your back, and you don't have, it's just you, and you have this drive where it's just you and the computer in a game that you want to win, that is the absolute ideal when to begin. Younger, no obligations, no dependents.
If the Fed is going to do its job well.
But if you're asking me what the absolute minimum is, $2,500. And the reason I'm saying this, I want you to compare it to what you need to do inside of a trader funding program to run this, to get to where you need to be. Because this is the absolute minimum in cash accounts due to this right here. Give me the flexibility of toe in the water. Like, let's say that this isn't an absolutely perfect place, so I don't want to go all in on my first trade. I don't want to go 5 contracts, but I'm like, toe in the water. You've heard me say, okay, yeah, I'll toe in the water this right here. Okay, quarter position on this. Well, with 5 contracts, do you understand? Like, you have 5 options. Okay, that's why. This is where this comes from. I'm giving you the flexibility inside the 5. The 5, it doesn't have to do with how much I'm trying to multiply. People, they focus too much on how much money they want to make and not focus on the process. I'm going to teach you the process of what to do and how to execute on the video game with our cheat called AlgoBox, but also what sizing you should be thinking about as you're executing, whether you are small or you work up to a point where, yes, you want to be making 6 figures in a year. Yes, you want to be making 7 figures in a year. Well, to do that, you're going to scale. But let's talk about how quickly you can scale something at a $2,500, being able to play with 5 contracts. So earlier today on my first trade there this morning, how many contracts did I trade on my very first trade? Who was here from the very beginning? When I was doing the evaluation there, what was my very first trade? How many contracts was it? 5, exactly. Now, you get a little bit harder. How much did I make in my personal account on that first trade?
Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 9 on the 37.
There's place 1 GC on a real account. You need over 11K. Yeah, and what's funny, and like that's still lower than it costs you on NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ is 23,000. It might be up to 25 or 28,000 now with the price of NQ. And it has to do with the price of it, right? The underlying value of the asset. So GC's current value is, what's GC at today? Is it around 4,700, 5K per ounce? So 11,000, but NASDAQ, dude, look at this. It's 24,000. Like, if you're ever wondering, like, what does this number mean? Remember, we're trading the E-mini of these, and we don't talk about this a lot. But it's like, how come it doesn't cost you $24,800? Well, that's probably one contract right now costs you that number right there. Or you can go to a discount broker and you can trade this whole gigantinormous thing with their leverage
upper bands touch
for $1,000
on the 5.
Right, and there's notional value in this as well. One contract allows you to control like $200,000 of notional value on, this is ES, it's more than that on the NASDAQ. Also, you're thinking about it's almost $250,000 for one contract. 2 contracts, $500,000. 4 contracts are literally moving $1 million of notional value.
Upper bands touch.
So people are like, how do you make so much money? Yeah, just Google that, the whole notional value thing. It's how a futures contract is designed and why we're able to do the leverage that we're doing. Like, how is it that you're, moving a few ticks and making,
on the 37.
a couple $100 type of thing? It's leverage.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. 2 finger NQ on the 8.
So, trying to stay on track. We can cover so many things, but I want to cover the, kind of a growth strategy of a small account. And so on my first trade, how much did I make there this morning? Pop quiz. Anybody type it in there? About 800-ish, yes. So about $800. Are you happy with $800? If you're in a scenario where, I believe if you are struggling, I want to say struggling. If you're at a spot where $2,500 is a lot of money to you,
upper bands,
and like literally you had to save up to get to that $2,500. and then you just made $800 in your first trade,
Upper bands touch NQ on the 8 touch NQ on the 30.
that should be relative to that is a lot of money to you. Yes?
Divergence up NQ.
That's what I'm trying to point out. $823. Thank you for rolling back the tape there, Siobhan.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
So $800 on that first play.
Very resilient.
What can you do with that $800 at that level, right, in your
Lower
career
bands
at that
touch
point?
NQ on the 37.
You understand what I'm saying? So what I mean is
And it says I'm seeing
you can grow that
foreign demand at Treasury.
relatively quickly. And I say relative to how fast can you make $800 in your regular job? And a person who $2,500 is hard for them, like what's minimum wage here in the US per day? Let's see.
Commentary from the Qualcomm CEO says consumer demand is very strong. And Treasury Secretary Bessent says we have had some of our best auctions this year.
Federal minimum wage in US being $7.25 an hour, meaning typical full day, 8 hours is $58.
Qualcomm CEO says there's not a demand issue,
Divergence
but there's a
down
memory
NQ on the
supply
9.
issue.
Okay. So if you made double minimum wage, you made $15 an hour, then
NQ on the 37.
$114 a day. So you just made 8 days of pay. If there's 5 work days in a week, doubling minimum wage in a scenario where, you know, somebody, again, I don't know what the typical is for every person, but you have to figure that out on your own, what that would be. But I'm just going, I don't know that everybody who's like, oh, trader funding, I'm trading their money, and they just, you know, the number that flashes at you, I'm trading $50,000. Are you? You're trading 10 contracts. So by the numbers I just said earlier, who can do this math? If they're letting you trade 10 contracts times $500 each, what is the account size? When we take the 0, we put it over here, it's $5,000.
NQ on the 9.
You're trading with $5,000, 10 contracts on RTY. But now you might say, well, what if it's NASDAQ? Okay, so NASDAQ is $10,000.
NQ on the 5.
Okay, you're trading with $10,000. Well, this comes to where the ideal is. And if I want to go slightly lower than that, here's my number. It's $8,000. If you just want to know, like, the too long, didn't read, don't care, can you just give me the answer, Vinny? It's 8,000. I think the ideal minimum is 8,000.
Divergence up
This allows you to trade 5 contracts of the NASDAQ. And if you take a drawdown on your first play, you still have a little bit of buffer on that. And by a little bit, it's literally $3,000. It's $3,000 over the 5K. And you can trade 8 contracts of the NASDAQ, 16 contracts of everything else. And what's my number? 16, right? You know, that's a full position for me. Like mentally for me, 16 is full contract position for me.
DCDM NQ on the
It's
5.
easily divisible by a lot of things. Toe in the water is 2. Quarter position, 4. Half position, 8. Full position, 16. 3/4 position, and it's really in there on occasion. I'll get that. You'll see me hitting 12. When I'm at 16, that's my full. And then everything else over that is a full plus type of scenario. Okay. But I ideally want to work with that 16 because I know that when I'm working with 16, that's a 6-figure area. More than 6-figure. We're talking about like 200 $250,000 a year type of scenario working with 16 contracts.
NQ on the 37.
If you know what you're doing.
Upper bands
If you have a
touch
system
NQ
that
on the
is
37.
good, that is precise, that is repeatable,
Week, up slightly from
then
6.1
that leverage works for you. Again, I can't say it doesn't work against you. There's risk in trading.
Upper bands touch
But
NQ on the
your stops
37.
behind dots, box, and crosses, the stats should be working in your favor over time. If you can also handle and manage things like, okay, when the market gets wild and fast, do you have a plan around that? Like me this morning, it was super wild and fast. I just turned the psychology module on and just waited till the chart stopped being red. Our system has advantages in that. Do you have a mentor who can walk you through? Somebody who's been there doing it for 20 plus years?
NQ on the 37.
Then that can work for you, or you don't. Epstein Island distracted me. I know, man. I've been getting into this stuff too, man. I've been like, holy cow, there's so much information coming out now. It's just wild.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Well, we just hit the prior low, so be careful around this. A lot of hands are going to start coming in right here, right? Hands start to play at a couple places. The open, prior lows, prior closes, stuff like that. So be careful around this area. This is kind of almost a no zone right here around that, but we already label it for you, right? I don't even really have to draw a box around it, but you know, should be a little zone around this. You're kind of like, danger zone, right? So wait till it gets outside the fiddle zone type of scenario there, and then wait for the nerd plus the arrow, and then execute, right? And the hardest part about trading is knowing when not to trade. But I'm here to walk you through how I would do it, and I've been doing it a long time, right? So hopefully that's helpful to you. So on the numbers, also feature coincides the psychology module. It shuts off the ability to trade. I have thought about that. If you guys want me to do that, if you guys want a literal like lockout feature that literally AlgoBox will not let you take a trade, if y'all want a full lockout thing, I mean, we can do that. I just, I would encourage people to not do that. Somewhere in there, like there is a manner of, I almost want to teach you to do it yourself on that. Like covering up the chart should be enough for you. But yeah, I mean, we could have like a full lockout button, like turn my lock, but then you could turn it off or on. I don't know. If you guys want it, we have a wish list section on the left-hand side of Discord, right? If you guys can talk me into that, I mean, we are technically, it's like, well, Vinny, aren't you already creating crutches because you're creating this, you know, awesome system that like basically, you know, draws stuff on your chart for you? What's another crutch, right? Like another like complete lockout, whatever for me. You know, it's the irony of what happens when you would do that. Like some of the absolute best plays will come after, because what happens is if you played through an area where things didn't work well for you, cadence. If you watch my cadence video, it would kind of go against my teaching of cadence. But then again, you might supplant going through my training videos because you're like, well, it'll just lock me out. And I'll just okay, so, you know, I want you to be great traders. My whole point here is I'm here to create great traders. I'm here to help people get that financial freedom. That's what I want for everyone. And so I have a hard time coding something that's an antithesis to my training and philosophy around it. So I'll say more like so, but back to the quick conversation here on the numbers. Let's see if I can unselect that here for a second.
On the NQ5.
So 5 contracts, 5 sizes. It's more like 5 sizes is actually what we're talking about. It's not even necessarily 5 contracts. You need 5 sizes to work with. So back to what are some things that you could do to get that $2,500? Jobs around. I mean, can you get $2,500? I feel like you could. You'd be in favor of showing another stack from $2,500? I think that would be good. Possibly more beneficial than, you know, look, how long would it, well, I don't know. I mean, technically speaking, if you hit everything absolutely perfectly, can you get a payout from Apex of $2,500 in 8 days?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 30th.
8 days, I believe, is the low. No, I think it was 9 days because you have to include the eval day. 9 days to get $2,500 payout from Apex, right? The cost for that, if you got 90% off, it would be $19.70 plus the PA fee of on a 50K is $75. Is there another fee in there? I don't think so. That should be it. If you did it in 8 days or 9 days scenario.
37. Integrations down the NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5.
So could I do just one account and run that? Yes, because I mean, I know we did the whole fancy like, okay, let's do 10 accounts and make it worth our time or whatever. And well, we've had that experiment and everything from technical difficulties to, you know, the account showing that we made dollars, but it's not. I don't know. Really wild stuff on the APIs there. So we're at $95. So 95 bucks to get 2,500. Cool. So now you have this. Now what do? Do you go back and you do this again? How many of you guys have had a scenario where you traded for just 8 days and got your $2,500 payout from any prop firm?
Double delta NQ on the
Those of you guys trading prop firms, how many of you guys have gotten a $2,500 payout in 9 days or less? Can you guys let me know there in the chat if you have or you have not? Alex, you have? Excellent. Which prop did you get that with? Emini Badger you have with Take Profit Trader? Okay, very cool. Yeah, so again, this is where I think this is where the prop can be good, because for only $95, you could get your hands on that $2,500, right? So if you had $100, you could do this.
NQ on the 89.
Right. Now, in my case, I've had 2 swings at it already, so cost about $200, right? And again, like I could do another one, you know, if to just get $2,500, but it seems like to me, again, I'm at a spot where like working for 8 days to get $2,500 is kind of weird. Okay. So a day or two for not 80% off. Yeah, I think they're gonna have Valentine's Day offer, likely. It's a way to fund your own account. There's the answer. That's where I'm going with this, is it's a way to get to that. But then afterwards, I don't know if you want to keep playing that game.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Yeah, it's a great way to fund your own account. And that's where I'm going with it. I think it is a great way to get to funding. And I think as I believe regulations are coming to that part of the industry anyways, where they're going to be kind of forced to have a path to get everyone live kind of things. And a lot of the trader funding programs, if they can't do that, there's a lot of probably technical hoops to make sure that that occurs with these places. And whether it makes sense for them or not to do that, they would have to work on their profit split. And then are you going to, as a trader, you know, pay the commissions on top of paying their percentage? Like imagine every part of your profits that, you know, if they're doing an 80-20 split, that you do that. Anyway, long story short, trader funding is a great way to get funded. And then the freedom of being able to execute on your own account, in my opinion, is probably the ideal. And it doesn't take much to do much. With that $2,500 I showed you earlier, you know, 5 contracts, first trade, and we do $800. Right. Just have to be careful at the moment with the volatility. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what else I can do here. Trade copier out of the way. So it's really weird, you know, staring at
divergence up NQ on the 9.
The so winning but not winning on your trader fundings. So it's weird going from here's all the trader funding programs that are all out because technical difficulties.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
But I do think it's a way to, okay, good place to get a launch. Let me ask this. Was I the only person who had tech issues today? Did everybody else is good? Funded Next, you did it on Funded Next. So I think that is my next test, so let's try it out with Funded Next. Funded Next has max accounts 5, I believe. So 5 with Funded Next. I have a prop page for that. AlgoBoxPro.com, resources. Let's click on firms. Here we go. Okay, so prop firms and multiple accounts here. So 20 for Apex.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Here.
NQ on the 37.
Funded Next lets you do 6 accounts. Is that correct? And so does Trade Day.
Lower bands touch 37.
Bullinox, I have just heard a lot of places having issues with payout stuff with them. So
NQ on the
yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys, does anybody still use Bullinox? I mean, I don't want to dog on a group if they're still all right, but I don't know. I'd prefer to stick with the places that we know we're not going to have problems paying out. So trade day funded next.
Double bands touch
No tech issues there.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Awesome. So up to 6 accounts with funded next and trade day. And that's what I was saying, like, this is the month for me to kind of go through and get some prop experience under my belt, and you know, we'll show the good and the bad along the way, and
lower bands touch NQ on the
work through the tech issues and see what we can do there.
NQ on the 5.
No on the Bullinox, yeah. So TPT, it does seem much simpler, but they are anti-algo. So I reached out to them, and like, y'all just be careful if you're using Take Profit Trader. Like, I don't want to jinx it for you or anything, but they can deny you payout. Like, if you're using full auto features on algos, like literally their CEO was like, well, yeah, no, we can't have you as an affiliate because you're algo, and we have a strict policy against algos. So TPT is very anti. I'm like, dude, they're just indicators. And he's like, yeah, but the name is algo. And I'm like, anyhow.
Lower bands touch NQ.
So Take Profit Trader, just be careful with that. They're
double delta NQ on the 5.
They're very, if you get one of those emails where they're like, you know, show us what you're doing because you're doing too well, it may not go well. Yeah, see, and that's what I tried to. I'm like, I just didn't want to go back and forth with the CEO anymore on it. It was just like, I didn't want to feel like I don't want to have to beg. It's like, dude, like, if you don't want us there, okay. So,
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Yeah. And I'm like, we know that it's just like a button press, like we can do either. And maybe I'll just show it to him, like, I don't know. Maybe I'll readdress it and be like, hey, just wanted to follow up one more time. Just, hey, like, and maybe just make a quick video for him. Be like, even though our traders like they want to take the next play, it's like, okay, I want to arm that, arm long, arm short, and they can take the next play kind of scenario. Like, are you anti-indicator? Or just because it has algo in the name? You know, it's called AlgoBox. You know, I don't know. Seemed like he didn't like my code because he's like, oh, what code? AlgoBox. Whoa, they have code. You have algo in the name, so I don't know. Yeah, I was a little disappointed to hear that. I mean, nobody likes to hear a no, but you know, it is what it is. We'd like to do some giveaways. You know, I'd love to I'd like to have the opportunity to do giveaways for you guys. Apparently everybody likes those.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. High impact news on the 37. Maglum speaks. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5.
Yeah, and see, that was the thing. And I'm like, I know he knows that, and that's why I was kind of just like, is this just his cop out and doesn't, who even knows, you know? I have created a little drama in the community from exposing frauds and scammers. So, you know, and some of those now are like their biggest proponents. So, you know, I kind of picture there might be some conversations going on in the back end, be like, you know, don't let that guy go. Yeah, you know, I understand that. Like, you know, listen, I'm a God-fearing Christian at the end of the day. You know, I don't stir up strife just to stir up strife. I would prefer not to. But I also I'm willing to jump in a battle to protect the innocent. I am here to give people the truth. You should know the truth, and the truth will set you free. I would rather offend people with the truth. But I'm not just there to scuffle. I'm not here for the drama. I'm not here for the, you know, getting death threats to your family and all that kind of nonsense just because you know, expose the fraud or give people the truth about realities and scenarios. Yeah, I bully bullies. Yeah. I have been that guy, right? And, you know, there are relationships established. Like, relationships can mean a lot of things in business and personal. But I believe there are potentially some, you know, personal relationships going on behind the scenes there with some of the people. I mean, I've literally sued some of these people. Again, we have settlement orders in place on certain things, so I can't. There are things I can say and things I can't say. But I can say that, you know, I have brought judgments against some of these places. Put a lot of places. I don't say a lot of places. I put several places out of business for exposing the nonsense, and you know. Then those people rename their companies and go under different names, and, you know, they get back right back to their stuff. So, and then they, you know, get in and get relationships with places. And so, you know, there's a certain name out there that they can go, well, if this guy ever wants to sign up for your stuff, don't let him. You know, it's childish. I expect nothing less. Little narcissist people that are, you know, big in the britches. So. Yeah, I mean, the people that pride themselves on being grossly clever, they're like, oh, wasn't that sneaky of me? Ha ha ha. Like, you know, let the Lord be their judge on that. I personally wouldn't have anything to do with them. And simultaneously, like, there are Bible passages in Proverbs that particularly talk about how they cannot stand the righteous. They hate righteous people, that they seek the blood of the righteous because they're just evil. And so, you know, if your light shines bright enough, it's going to irritate
double delta NQ on the 5
people's eyeballs. You know what I'm saying? So, looking for a short right here. We could have a Seuss entry here. We pierced that Enigma and we just went back red. Let's see if we get a 37. Do we have red arrow? We're floating inside the field. Okay, there's my red arrow. I've got my finger over the trigger. This will be a piercer play with nerd plus arrow, and I'm looking for an entry. Okay, there's a Seuss entry.
Saudi Aramco
behind the piercer. Ooh, blue dot might be a problem. Seuss one more time. That is a double delta shift. Came right in on me. Dadgummit. Okay. So probably going to be having to pair a loss here. All right, I'm going to start to peel it there for the loss. It was wrong about the play. We're going to come back through. Okay. There we go. All right, here we go. I'll just hold the rest here. Hold to an opposing signal. Here in sellers, come all the way through. It's just a little bit early on it. Seuss could add right there. See if I get my spot. There's a Seuss. Hold to an opposing signal. There we go. 7.3. There we go. Add another 3K, 3 or 4-ish to the kitty on that one. So red arrow plus nerd plus an Enigma pierce like that plus AudioBox queuing
Fib.NQ
for the
on
doing. All right, got an easier play here for an Enigma short.
High impact news. event
Just wasn't
on
ready to take that one, but there's another play right there down to probably the Enigma target, 35 ticks to the blue line there.
NQ on the 5.
For target 1 there. There she goes, another 35 ticks.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
It smells like a pocket pooper. Who pooped in my pocket?
Fib.NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 89. Divergence down NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on
Okay,
the
buyers launching up there. There's a dot. Oof, I missed that. Would love to have tapped that dot right there. It was a quick 20 ticks, easy. I went 50. That's a 50 tick drop. I know it doesn't look like much, but that's 50 ticks. Easy to have grabbed a 20 bag out of that. I had my fingers on the trigger. I'm just thinking about a lot of things here. I kind of got off topic. We covered a lot of things there.
NQ on the 37.
Any questions around the small account thing? I know some people had some questions around that. So ideal, I think, is 8,000. If you've got capital, then, you know, starting out with 8,000. As far as growth, let's talk about the growth formula on that. So mental targets, if you're starting with the 5K scenario, I want to run it up to 10K, and then 10K. Now I want to start adjusting some and adding some more size.
Down NQ on
My mental stop scenario would be absolute hard stop at 5K because I don't want to go less than 5K. But at 10K, now I'm working my way to 15. Once you have 15K, you take 5K and you bank it. So you pay yourself that 5K when you get to 15 so that you still have a $10,000 account, which is, in my opinion, an ideal. It allows you to trade 20 contracts of RTY, ES, and Dow. Allows you to trade 10 contracts of the NASDAQ.
NQ on the 80.
Here we go. We're back in this zone. There's a cross. Can I get a structure? We got another fib dot. There's a 5-5. I'll get a quick short on that.
NQ on the 37 on the 5.
See if I get a piercer on that dot. It did pierce, so I'm going to hold it through, trying for a little bit more than 35 ticks here. I'm looking for a Seuss to add to my position. Cross. Add on the cross. We have a Super AO off on the right. I'll show that here in just a moment. There's a Super AO. What's our time? 12:24. Here, buyers all over the tape. There's a little
Double delta
triple ripper there.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 89.
Oh boy.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 37.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says
One of these, huh?
the
Okay.
Canadian economy and the pickup in productivity will take years. Transition to the new economy could be more painful than we'd
Enigma
like.
short on
Enigma, and that's where I will.
To avoid a worst
upper
case
bands touch
scenario.
NQ on the
And says it's hard to
37.
differentiate structural change from cyclical
Go
fluctuation.
for the full push here. There's a dot inside of there as well, and we'll go full max.
So again, Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem says the Bank of Canada is not expecting unemployment rate to trend higher, given how little
NQ
growth
on
there
the
is in the
37.
labour force. It says lowering rates in
Here's how laid out over on the right.
if the weakness is due to lower
Is on
product
top.
capacity rather than a cyclical downturn in demand. And Macklem says we should see some gradual
NQ
improvements in
on
the labour market
37.
in ending 2027.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Down NQ on the 9. Touch NQ on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 5.
Okay, so let's go get my bot account involved here as well.
Down NQ on the 37.
10.3. Okay, go in on the bot.
Double delta.
So we were talking about was not thinking about coming up with a trade there. It just kind of like hopped there in on me. Here is the
double delta.
Here's a high time frame coming in. We got the double touch. Shark back plays still a little bit higher up there, but we got divergence inside. So front of that shark is way down here at 24,820. Potentially for that target high time frame. I'll be able to walk through that here in a little bit more detail in just a moment. Keeping fingers on triggers here. Double delta shift. See if we get that triple crown.
NQ on the 9.
There's a red dot. Add on bot. Don't crack that dot.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Dot add. See if we can get the bottom of that bowl touch.
Touch NQ on the 89.
Hey, Dr. Vaughn. Hey, appreciate that. Thanks. Happy to hear it. Okay, there is... I'll start pulling some here at the bottom of that bowl. Back to the top of the bowl. Cross.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9.
Green dot on the bottom. I'd love to hear some sellers. Let me hear sellers. Yes. 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 Beautiful. 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 15K on the bot account. I'm going to peel half at that dot just in case. Take a little loss on the main. We pop up. I'll look for a play up inside. 5.6 may pick me up. I will start taking the next short side plays. As we come up, there's a Seuss. We're not quite to the front of that shark yet. The big one on the optimized range. So closing, close the bot there. 15K on that dropout on the bot side. Let's see if I can get something from my other account here.
Taking place in around 10 minutes.
There we go. 8s. Seuss. Oh, they missed my fill, bro. Missed my fill. Come on now.
Fib.NQ on the 5. Two finger NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5.
Okay, pierce the dot. Okay, so bulls are not maintaining control. First dot that's been broken.
Fib.NQ on the 37.
Now I just need to see the next red hold. There's one test right there.
Fib.NQ on the
Okay,
5.
let's see. Does the dot hold?
Fib.NQ on the 5.
We'll see. Bulls or bears? Okay, bears are in control. Bears are in control.
37.
It's bearable.
Bands touch NQ on the
Bears took over control right here. I can add right here on that cross. Oh, I am got the wrong chart highlighted. Okay, so in some on the bot over there as well. Didn't fill me on this one because I had the wrong chart loaded. Come on. Don't run without me, bro.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
There we go. Give me my 100 ticks. Let's go. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's close out that one too. Let's go. 46K on the day. Let's go. Hype in the chat. Hype in the chat. Where's it at? Hype in the chat. Where's it at? Hype in the chat. Come on. Come on. Where else? Where else? Where else do you get that? Where else do you get that? You don't. You don't. Nowhere else. Nowhere else. It's beautiful.
You got this, baby. I know it's been crazy. You don't see me, it's exhausting. City to city, cause I'm shiny, boys is popping. You keep making plans, babe, I'm sorry, I keep flopping. Call me late at night, cause I love it when you talk. No matter where I go with you, not here, it's just not home. No, I can't let go without you near. Feel alone. I'm holding on your tricks. Got me 10 feet off the ground. Now I'm seeing how you play. AlgoBox, you turn it all around. You tell me that you need me, then you go.
Alrighty then. So, did you follow it through? We had bears taking over control. Let's take this off always on top so I can draw on it.
Lower bands touch NQ.
How did we know that bears are taking control? Well, first thing, we had a bull dot break. Okay, we had the. Let's see if I can draw it properly. Dun, dun, dun.
NQ on the 5.
Green dot. If the bulls are going to maintain control, that first touch needs to hold. It didn't. And the price pierced through. Boop, cracked. Okay. So bulls do not have full control. Remember, I'm saying full control. Next one that showed up. Got to test to make sure. Do the bears truly have control? What happened? Boom. We had the bump. Let's see. It would be like this. Bump, bump, bump. Did it hold? Yes. We started seeing price come out of it. So bulls lost control. Bears took over control. I can maintain and hold and work my position on the way down.
NQ on the 5.
Targets filled.
Double delta NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5.
So right here, we were showing this on the optimized range, right? Yes, you know, bulls literally made a monster move, right? They're like, they're trying to get everybody to look long. Everybody, look, look, up.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Amen. Oh.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
Get everybody looking long here. They're pressing long. They're pressing long. They're like, oh, I'm going to get long. It's a pullback. I'm going to shoot this up to the moon. To the moon. And we just needed to get some fills going on their stops. Pain, pain, suffering, crushing, all the way down. But it really looks like a bull flag. Yeah, you know, bull flags are okay. but you need R2FA. Remember, like, that's the difference between pattern traders and people like us who are taking structure plus order flow. Monstrously superior. It's not even, we're not playing, I mean, we're playing the same game, but they're playing without a cheat, right? We're playing with headshot cheats, bro. You know, kid who got mommy's credit card and bought the $40 cheat to, you know, click heads. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you're not a gamer. Headshots, max damage, shooting through walls, walking through walls, wall hacks. What do we have for wall hacks? PRZs, PPRZs, things that most traders can't see, because a PRZ by itself is hard to draw. Multi harmonic movements, multi-fib, fib sequences in series. That's what a harmonic is.
Down NQ on the 9.
That'd be hard for somebody to draw manually. Mentally, it's too much difficulty. But our system draws it for us. I can get the confidence into play in an area. The structure is a complex structure. This one happened to be a shark back, one of the most powerful plays. The weakest one is a diamond. The most powerful one is a shark. Play the shark back, get a play inside of it. The distance from here to here was the opportunity. So, I mean, this looks small, but it's not. This is a 37 range. Every bar is almost 40 ticks of range. So, stack 3 of those, it's 120 ticks. Full dropout here. Get the full measurement from a divergence in the shark to inside. 267 ticks in total to the bottom for the dropout. And all drawn for me ahead of time, and I get to execute with ease, relative ease. Win video compilation was epic. Is there a short on that? Win video compilation. Do we have one of those? Timco or Eddie, do you know which video he's talking about? Hey, if you get me a link to it, post it in the public Discord, maybe. Oh, the one I just played. All right. Oh, thanks for that, man. We do have some pretty neat shorts. So if you're, trying to learn our system, so if you're kind of starting over in the documentation area, we have the best documentation out there. There's nothing as cool, and by best I mean like it's actually useful. Like documentation that isn't just like a technical read through. It's interactive, it's specific. I want you to learn it faster, not slower. Picture's worth 1,000 words. We learn faster with pictures. So you can come in here and play any one of those videos. And then if I was a good marketer, which apparently I'm not because hardly anybody knows about us, but we do have another specific YouTube channel.
Enigma short on the NQ file.
With all of our main training videos, so AlgoBox Pro / automated trading. So if you come over here and we go into, say, our short trading. Oh, by the way, here's all of our update videos along the way as we've done updates to our product. This is the most recent one. About a month ago we had our most recent release, so if you want to catch up on most recent stuff there, you can maybe go watch that one right there. We also had some training video stuff around that at the end. If you stayed to the end, there was really good training. But hopping over here to what I was gonna kind of show you guys, like the fun stuff. Let's take a look at let's see, every day. Let's go through market cheat installed. This one sounds fun.
What if I told you the reason you're not winning in trading isn't your fault? Until now. Welcome to the hardest game in the world. Your opponents? Muppets with ulterior motives, feeding you constant malinformation, misinformation, and disinformation. But they're the least of your worries. Because there's also the smartest, most experienced, and informed traders, along with the wealthiest entities on Earth, using the fastest computers with the most advanced AI algorithms, designed specifically to hunt you. And you think your monkey brain can do it alone, without code? Think again. The strategies taught here were passed down by market movers papers and extracted from the markets by algorithms. You'll be hard-pressed to find them in any other trading course or software. The signals provided by our algorithms are insider-level intel, undetectable by retail traders, thanks to our real-time order flow analysis engines. Evolving software coded by dual-skilled world-class programmer and futures expert quant trader Vinny Emini, who learned the ropes decades ago. Now, his edge is your market cheat code. The choice is yours. Stay on the treadmill to nowhere, or leave the average behind
Full auto upgrade.
and become elite.
Market sheet installed. Welcome.
AlgoBox, the cheat code for the markets. Download your 2-week trial at algoboxpro.com. What if I told you the reason?
Yeah. How about that? That's a fun one. Yeah. You know, we got quite a few of those. We should probably showcase those a little bit more. If I were a good marketer, those would probably be all over the place. But I'm not. However, let me talk about that real quick. Do you know how easy it would be for you to make money as an affiliate here? Like, let's say that it might actually be easier. That's just hypothetical here. If you want to go the trader funding route, and yeah, you can. I think you know the difficulties. But is it easier to do that, or is it easier for you to create an Instagram account, number one, use AI to create yourself a profile image, and, you know, put a nice little thumbnail of some type, and then let's say that you just like that little video right there. Like, let's say that was how many of you guys, was that the first time any of you ever saw that video? So if that was the first time you saw that short, type a 1. Let's see how bad I am at marketing. Like, even our own people probably have not seen that video, I'd imagine. Type a 1 if you've never seen that before. 2 if you have, because I imagine there's not a lot of people. How long did it take to build this? This 10 years. This is our 10th anniversary this year. We launched and started in 2016 publicly. Obviously, there were years before that of stuff, but like officially, publicly, this is the 10th year of AlgoBox in public. First time you probably saw it, right? Oh, hey, some of you guys had seen it. Okay, good. I'm happy to see that. But most people probably had never seen that before, right? But now imagine you reposted our content. So let's see how many I've already done, because everybody's like, well, it's so hard to make videos. I literally already made them for you. That was the whole point. Like, my idea, again, I think I have good ideas, but like execution, I just don't have the follow through and like tell people to do it. But here's the thing. I'll give it right now. Like, here's the opportunity. What you could do. You can repost this video. Like, let's say you're like, well, I don't want to make training videos. I don't know. I'm not good at making training. Okay, I already did them for you. You're like, what? What do you mean? Like, I'm just gonna walk you through. Let's play this one here real quick, okay? And I'll play this at high speed. I'm gonna put this at super high speed, okay? Just so we get through it.
We have put the Telegraph article
But
out on the
I have set these to Creative Commons. What does that mean? They're creative, common to the public. Anyone can repost these. This is 11 months ago. It only has 400 views. But you could take this video, if you know how to download a video, get 4K downloader plus, and you guys want to go put this other places, and then put your affiliate code. Now, mind you, the whole point is at the end of this, like, you might need to put a little thing at the beginning. It's like, hey, click my link down in the description, do a 2-week free trial. We have a 365-day tracking cookie. So if somebody does a 2-week free trial, you get credit for them. You can track it in your tracker. It will show you all the clicks that you ever get. And then if somebody ever buys that, you get paid on the 15th of the month. I'm just saying.
Enigma and AudioBox strategy from AlgoBox, a powerful combination for real-time order flow analysis. When a green Enigma appears and AudioBox confirms with large buyer sounds, it signals a potential upward move. This is your cue to watch for bullish opportunities. On the other hand, a red Enigma with AudioBox confirming large seller signals selling pressure, creating an opportunity for shorts. Look out for the Enigma piercer setups. When price pierces an Enigma and AudioBox confirms the move, it can signal a strong entry point. Combine these signals for precision trades. Use this combo to identify strong setups and trade with confidence. See you in the next.
Okay. So now this one doesn't have a call to action, so maybe you need to put a little call to action at the very end that says, you know, get your 2-week free trial down the link below. So this isn't perfect by any means, so, you know, feel free to modify or whatever. But let's say that you had an Instagram account and you started reposting these shorts.
So those comments from Trump come from a recent Truth Social post.
Let's see another one that might be kind of cool. Let's look at one that's got some excessive views. Oh, everybody liked this one to see my old desk. Nobody probably don't want to see that here though, but let's talk about like one. Do you know this about the headshot strategy? Okay, here we go. Let's play this.
You've heard of the AlgoBox headshot strategy, but did you know it consists of a fib dot and a flowmaster cross? Stops behind the dot. AlgoBox real-time order flow analysis. Remember to subscribe for more. Go to algoboxpro.com and download your free trial now. AlgoBox. Trade with the best tools.
Okay, so like let's say that's on your Instagram feed. I mean, you can basically do that and then say something in the comments like, hey, you know, or type Algo in the comments down below and I'll send you a link. Who even knows? There's so many ways. Okay, I'm gonna hit like on it. I liked that video. Cool. How many of you guys is the first time y'all saw that one?
Double delta NQ.
So every single one of these, let's actually go to, how do I see shorts? Okay, here are all of the shorts that you could, like imagine that your Instagram feed looked like this. Like this actually looks like an Instagram feed. It just happens to be hidden on some YouTube channel that nobody ever goes to.
37.
But if you could start grabbing attention to this to send people over to AlgoBox, we have literally the best system out there. Just nobody knows about it because I'm a terrible marketer. But if you could market our product, do you know how much money you can make? Do you know that salespeople are the people who make the absolute most money in the world? Any salespeople in here? Probably not. They're all like, no, they're not making too much money in sales. All of these can be put onto your own. How many, does this tell me a number? Doesn't tell me how many there are. I believe the count is like 70. I believe 70 pro level curated shorts already ready for you. And that's just on that side. That is not including the training videos that are in our documentation. Like, let's see, we actually just did one of those recently. So how about we go to market,
Double delta NQ on the 9.
go to videos, and let's go to, let's see, we got stalk the trade. I think we just put out a
Upper margin touch NQ on the 89.
Timko, what happened? Where did the
NQ on the 5.
where'd the video go, bro? Oh, is it scheduled for today? All right, let's look at another one. Let's see. Let's go to, how about PRZ cross? I think this is pretty good. How long is this? A 2-minute video? We hit like on it real quick.
What if you could spot high confluence trading setups with ease?
Double delta NQ.
Discover the PRZ cross strategy in the AlgoBox system. This powerful yet easy to spot trading strategy combines two of the core elements of AlgoBox, harmonic PRZ and flowmaster cross. Let's break them down. First, the PRZ cross starts with a harmonic pattern.
Yeah, but I guess here's my point on that, is that this is more for the people who are starting, because here's what happens. I have had, this is a very common story with us. Somebody goes out there, they realize how hard it is to make video content, how to do all that. It's hard. And then I tried to make it easy. So my solution, again, I'm a solutions guy, bro. I can come up with solutions. I'm a problem solving machine. So I'm like, okay, how about I make the videos for you? But the thing is people come here and they start making so much money that they're like, forget it. Like my buddy Big Tex Brett. Big Tex Brett was like, oh, here, you know, let me go start making this video. And then he's like, dude, I've made over $200,000 last month. And the month before that, I made 100K. He's like, dude, I'm up 300 plus K on the year on just 2 months. He's like, it makes no sense for me to do anything else. Like, so the problem is by the time you know, if you're good enough to make this video, okay, that I literally, it costs thousands of dollars to have these produced, type of thing, right? But to this, all this work, first to know our system, if you know it well enough to make this video, you can make so much money that you're just be like, dude, forget it. I don't need your, you know, a couple $1,000 to make your videos, or, you know, the money it's going to bring in for it. Because, but however, maybe you're not at that stage yet. Maybe you haven't learned the system yet. Maybe you haven't spent your 120 days, 6 months. Well, in that middle time, you could be learning the system and posting videos and collecting a check for your account. That's my theory, is to go, well, do you want to share it with some other people who might want to buy the system? Right? And you're like, well, I don't have a following. I'm literally telling you, like right now, that's kind of the ideal. In fact, if you have a small account, YouTube, and like the thing is TikTok broke the algorithm back when they started promoting small channels. And anyway, that was the theory, was showcase our work other places. We put the curated awesome videos there for you. You get paid out on the 15th. You load up your account, right? How much do you need? You need $2,500. We talked about that multiple times here today, right? That you can run up. You need $2,500 to start an account. So, you know, maybe it's a place to start. And then after that, though, once you're trading with AlgoBox, like the thing is, it's like, yeah, you're like, why would I waste time showing anybody and getting commissions on it when I can just trade and press a button? So, you know, back and forth. And we will probably, we're launching here this month, beginning of the year here. We're going to go ahead and work on some Google campaigns. So you guys will probably see us again. I don't know how to do this stuff. This is my fresh face into these things, but you will probably start to see our stuff as we get our hands wrapped around some of that. Some of our guys know this stuff more than I do, so they're kind of guiding us towards getting that stuff other places. You might see our Facebook ads starting to pop up and all that kind of fun stuff. But if it's you and you want to do it,
in this Truth Social post, Trump is saying that he's keeping the right to militarily secure.
Thanks, Kashi.
Diego Garcia U.S. presence.
So yeah, those are some other options for you if you were, you know, starting out and you want to go, hey, well, I can launch an Instagram and I can repost those.
On the 37.
So we do a 25-25 program. It's 25%. So if, you know, somebody buys a lifetime option with us, lifetime is around $5K. So you're getting like $1,250
Fib.NQ
for one person who bought lifetime.
Fib.NQ on the
Well, 2 of those and you have your account. You know what I'm saying?
Saudi Arabia sets March Arab light crude oil to the US at
the time issue. I think most people have the time to do trading plus current.
Aramco.
And affiliate. Yeah. And again, it really just depends. So, you know, maybe it's a bad idea on my part to think that, you know, people would want to do the affiliate thing. But yeah, it's like people, once they realize you can just press buttons on AlgoBox, they're like, why would I do anything else? I totally get it. I'm a multitasker guy, so I guess I think a little bit differently on stuff. But okay, so that's what we got going on there. Questions? What else did I miss? But yeah, we're 10th year in, and it is the best. But I don't know how to market it. So if anybody's got any ideas around that or wants to come hop on our team and help us out with any of that, you feel generous in your soul to give of your time and show us how it's done, would love to hear from you. Let's see, where are we at here? We're about 3 hours and 10 minutes. I've been trying to make these about 4 hours. I found like that. Speaking of the YouTube algorithm, YouTube tends to, if I run a 4-hour live stream on the lives, you know, we'll get up to around 1,000 views or so. So we're gonna go for another. We got another hour here. Hopefully you guys will hang out here with me. Let me pull the money gun off the screen there, and you guys good for another hour, or are you guys tired of me? Are we done? I see we're down to only 95 viewers, so people are definitely cutting out already. But the YouTube algorithm likes 4-hour live streams. So let's see. Can you guys all spam a coffee emoji there in the chat for me? Let's see if we can pick up the YouTube algorithm to go, hey, you know, we see this chat count. I've noticed like this is one of the things. If you look at your stream health, there's some stream analytic. How do I see current viewers? Let's see chat rate. Here we go. Let's see if we can get this chat rate up here. I'm a data guy, so here's that chat rate. Can we spam the chat with some coffee emojis while I grab a coffee here real quick, and also maybe wake people up here? Don't go. Let's see if I've got any more trades in me. Maybe I can get to 50K. We're like 4K away from 50K, so help me to get there.
Top of the hour, we're expecting the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt. The live video is on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, let's grab some coffee here real quick. I'm gonna get the music going back again here. We'll get the flow going. We still got some flow. And I'm gonna grab that coffee. So give me about 4 minutes, and then we're gonna try to make it all the way. 4-hour live stream. We have 48 minutes. 48 minutes. That is plenty of time. We are 4K away from a 50K day, even with our fun technical issues that we had there this morning. And I think we've got some more stuff to talk about. So give me 4 minutes. I'll be right back here with some coffee and maybe grab some. We'll
NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. Double delta NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37. 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 Double delta NQ on the 5.
So we're shortly expecting the start of the White House press briefing with Press Secretary Leavitt. Again, the live video is on the feed.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 37 on the 89. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Double delta NQ on the 9. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Upper bands touch NQ on the 37. Fib.NQ on the 5. Divergence down NQ on the 37. Enigma short on the NQ5. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Double delta NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ on the 5. Fib.NQ on the 9. Fib.NQ.
All right, it's coffee time. Thank you, Pablo. He's spamming the chat with all that coffee. I love it. Whoa, look at the chat count is off the rails. Whoa, look at that. Dude, we were like breaking records. That chat rate is so high, they're gonna have to create a new graph for it. So thank you guys for that. All right, 1:04. The time. It is time. 4K away from 50K. Let's see.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
There was a nice little red dot play there on the high time frame, delta shift. And a nice mega late Nate long. Let's see how far this has gone. So this move was 237 ticks, so we got about a 250 tick range here to work with. Almost a small bear. That's 400. It's on the cusp of a 500 there.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 37.
See if we can find that perfect play. We got a big bear starting to come in here. Oh no, it's not big yet. It's 373. It's still growing though. Let's see if it's going to get to a 500 level bear or more. What I'm watching is the optimized range. Actually, the market is going slow enough where I can actually change this now. So 39 is actually the optimized range, right? I'm on 37s. It was too wild earlier today for me to change it, so I can change it now. Market's going at a decent pace here, so I shouldn't have any issues switching. Okay. So there we go. Switching to 39. Give it a minute to load here. Yeah, all-time high chat. That's right. Chat rate at all-time highs.
On the 39.
Excellent work.
Divergence of NQ on the
Oh, we have a big bull in here.
39.
Okay, this is the optimized range.
On the 39.
Do you see the big bull? If you know this is a big bull, not a small bull, type a 1. 2 if you're new, and maybe you don't know. But I'm hoping we get a bunch of 1s here in the chat. So how do we mark it? We look at the beginning of this. I'm going to press F7 just to exaggerate this. You don't have to do this all the time, but for demonstration purposes here today, for a little teaching training, the distance from the beginning of this flagging, which is why I called AlgoBox delta flagging, we are flagging the delta. So on the flagging pro here, I see the flag. I want to measure from the beginning of the flag to the end of the flag on my chart here. So if I extend with that F7, these are now launching up out of this area, and I want to zoom in. So the bull is in here between those two. So I want to mark where the price is there, and I want to go to the end of it, which is going to be here. Okay. And then since it's a bull, we'll make her green. All right, so big bull. Now I want to go to the middle of that, eyeball the middle, and I want to measure 250 ticks above to show where he wants to go before he's what I kind of call satisfied, right? The satisfaction zone for taking profits there at around 250. I'll use my little ruler tool for that, and then I will put the same size zone up above it.
NQ on the 9.
Where the big guy wants to make his money. Okay, so those two are a paired set of zones. Okay, this is its pairing from here to right there, and if it completes it, it's sort of like it's like the checklist. Check. All right, that one's off the list, right? And we're looking for you know, kind of open bulls and open bears. Right now we have an open bull that has not made his money. Now he's not in trouble because he did come up, and he, you know, and it's not every time he's going to make his money up there every single time. Did he make some money if he had to have pulled some? Yes. Did it immediately pull back on him? No. So it's not a scenario where I have to worry about a defense leg or letting it come back to let them out, where we've talked about that concept many times. But yeah, just a general mapping of the high time frame here, and in my opinion it's easier if these are showing up in the lower time frames. When you're doing them down here, you got all kinds of things going on down at this level, because you have higher time frame risk involved. We're looking for high time frame opportunity, lower time frame risk, so we'll be looking for those plays
on the 9.
underneath to get those going. Okay, so we've marked that up.
Fib.NQ on the 39.
An optional auto zone, draws defense zones would be heaven. Well, you know, has anybody put that in the wish list area yet? Yeah, go ahead and put that in the wish list area for me. So when I jump back into the code areas, I have a project that I'm working on prior to that. Of course, I say that right now. Right now, it's all trying to get this crazy client portal finished and working with the teams to get that done, and it's kind of been painful, I'll be honest, but I'll be looking forward to the moment when I can just get back into the normal code that I want to just do. I'm just a nerd at the end of the day. Just get me back to my code, get me back to my algo coding. Oh, this website stuff is for the birds, bro. Just kidding. If you're a web person, you know, look, you're special, and quite frankly, you probably make more money there in web stuff because it's the sales side, right? I mean, that's the most money made in the world, is really the sales side of something, selling something. What value to use for the flagging on the RTY contract? I still think the same. I mean, 500 and 1,000.
39.
Anybody else use something different? Again, I'm not going to say I'm the absolute pro on the things. Like, I am a pro at what I do, right? I'm a pro at the NQ. Is it different? there? Do you guys see something different on a regular basis? How many of you guys are RTY players? Anybody who's like main RTY? Also DAO. Type it in the chat there if you your main instrument is either DAO, then type YM. If it's RTY for the Russell.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Are there any experts there? And I kind of want to get their opinion on that. Do they have an adjustment on the delta flagging for that? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you'll still see 500s and 1000s. John Landberg, what about you? Do you think, have you seen, can you scroll back on your charts there and see 1000 level and 500 level bulls and bears? The thing is
Fib.NQ on the 5.
the big entities, like, they think in 500s and thousands. Like, it's just what they do.
On the 5.
It's the inherent nature of that. Quick study and process. Okay, cool. If you find one, if you wouldn't mind, John, if you could post a screenshot that I could share with folks in the from the Discord. So if you can post it in the Discord there, we'd love to see that.
Thank you, Kevin. Governor Macklem says we.
So I was just about to say we might see a bounce here on that. We had the 6.2 and the 10.7, right? I mean, look how AlgoBox just shows you the opportunity. That is a power headshot long.
Upper band
right there, and literally called the, let's see, how many ticks? 165 tick move back up into that zone. Thanks, John.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 30.
Really appreciate that. You are the man. Thanks for the money, Big Bull. Did you see it, Alpha? Yeah, we kind of need to know that was there.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 30.
Kind of want to know that's there.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 39.
Hey, this says we've had 777 views. 777. That's got to be something. That's got to be something blessed, right? I was about to say lucky, but hey, I mean, that's a blessed number right there. We got the 777 views. Let's go. You got a free hand. Spam some sevens in the chat. See if we can up that chat rate one more time. For the 777 views so far. People coming in and out, obviously. Like right now, we got about 100 people hanging out, but over the span of our little 4-hour adventure here this morning so far, 770 in and outs. That's pretty cool. I don't usually have this tab open to the analytics thing, but we were just looking at that chat rate. It's kind of fun. What else we got in here? We got views, concurrent views, chat rate. Oh, that's cool.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
52. Hey man, why not? 77 5252 77. Let's go.
Double delta NQ on the 9.
Nice little pop up into that area. What did I mark this area? Oh, prior low. I was like, I don't remember why I marked this zone. I was showing someone that, hey, this is kind of a difficult area right here, like, or it's going to be important for them to bring it back to. Lots of hands are going to be playing in this area around that prior low. So almost a no-go zone. Like the first time we touch one of these areas, you know, I'll look for a quick scalping reversal around it, but then after that I kind of want to leave it alone. This is now, how many times have we touched it? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 just on the current spacing here. But that was the lesson from earlier where we talked about, like, why are these areas important, or what do you want to do around them? Oftentimes it's like, I don't want to do anything right here. I like just mark the zone to go, I'd rather not play here. Right? It's sort of this weird neutralized zone of just, you can have a good play setup, show up in there, and it just will be kind of a, now yes, this Enigma worked, but it's at the bottom of it. So up to 35 tick opportunity there for that Enigma, but oftentimes you'll see just, you know, just Enigmas just get kind of ignored, like this one. Right, we come down here, like Enigma just kind of almost ignored, like it wasn't even there. Just chopped through there.
NQ on the 9.
That little clustering there, though, I do want to mark that. So remember, we have a big bull in here. So I want to look for areas where we might launch. This might be one. I'm going to color this with a blue, our Dodger blue, for kind of the power long coloring.
Parties take one spot, 748.
So if they bring this back up to that area, that might be, so if someone established position there and they want to run from there, like they could. So I want to mark that for myself. Another one is right here. In fact, I'm going to copy this, Control C, Control V. Okay, and I'm going to put one right here as well. Why? Because of those two big, I mean, those are very big AOs right there. So two places where they may come into to defend and run, especially because we have, remember that big bull is in there and he wants to make a run. So we'll see how that plays through there.
NQ on the 5. Lower bands touch NQ on the 39.
Okay, we may see a bounce right here. We just got a power PRZ cross on a 5. So
NQ on the 39.
can everybody see that this is a, if we're trying to tune our AOs, you see that currently about a 5, right? 4.9/5 is, I'm doing air quotes here, is in play, right? We hard pivoted right there. It's clear we did, right? So the confirmation is, did we pivot off of that 4? Yes. So that is tuned. The tuning right now, if you're doing a little pitchfork, I'd say 5, it's really 5, right? So we have it again. Do I expect a bounce there, right? I did. So we got the bounce up. Ooh, red dot coming in, super dot short. Would have been a quick, easy play to the short side, especially because we had the nerd and the arrow right there. Missed out on that because I was trying to do a little teaching training there, but that would have been a nice little swipe for that one. Super AO, perfect entry would have been right there. Super AO for the short. Secondary ad right there. Hold to the opposing signal in the Gartley. Nice little set of plays right there. The numbers, Super AO down to the blue line. That's 100 ticks, 113. From the red dot down to it, 71. Okay, we just got a little green arrow.
Touch NQ on the 30.
In here, and that Gartley is fighting to hold structure. That's questionable whether it broke. It touched the bowl. We got the little green ignite right there. It touched it and bounced, yeah.
Double
well, there it goes. So those are the types of things that I want to, be keeping an eye on to see how price reacts to our RTFA events, especially higher time frames, The structure. So what would be the structure on that? Because you're like, well, what do I just go off and just across? No, there's more than that. It's the bowl touch. The bowl touch outside in those Bollingers. Remember, that is extensions of deviations. It's multi-standard deviations from the mean. That's what is happening there with those Bollinger Bands. And these are super bowls because there's multi-band, multi-time frame, plus we have color coding when they touch. Did you get your red back yet? From my red day? No, even with these two, I would need like 2 more days of this. I mean, I'm just saying, like, my lockout was 150K. So we had a big 65K day the other day, and now we're cranking away at it here at
we'd be chasing our tails.
4. But yeah, I mean, I still got another. No, I'm not. I'm not back in black yet. No.
39.
But that's all I'm saying. I had to like estimate mentally. Okay, so how many days is it going to take me to get that back? Okay, let's see. Are we going to get a bounce right here? This will be an important little test right here. That is a level 11 power headshot there. And we have a 6.6 on the higher time frame. Ooh, into a 4-1. Very interesting location right here.
Lower bands touch.
See if we get a red arrow. Currently it's green. If we get a red arrow, I want to look to go. There's the red arrow. Okay, now I'm looking for the next play. We're back behind the dot here. I can look for a Seuss.
Lower bands touch and
Seuss.
39.
Little toe in the water here. Nope. All right. Let me kill it.
Fib.NQ on the
dot. Try it one more time. 2 try rule here. Switch dot.
Fib.NQ on the 9.
Seuss.
Lower dot.
Okay, I'm in 3/4 position. Seuss, one more time. Trying to maximize the play. Are there any more ticks left down there?
Lower bands touch NQ on the 39.
Seuss.
Fib.NQ.
Red dot.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ.
Touch to the bottom, you know my deal. I take off half. Now I'm holding to the opposing signal. Runner on to hold to the opposing. Okay, now I'm going to add a stop. And I'm going to put it at my POE. We're locked in. All right, so now I'm holding to an opposing signal.
Bitcoin drop extends to 10%.
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Red dot I could add right there, but I'm just kind of holding on now for the end. See how much is left in it? I should be over 50K on this play. Holding to the opposing signal.
Fib.NQ on the 9. Lower bands touch NQ on the 39. Lower bands touch NQ on the 39.
So the way I add that, I used my little add stop button over here. Okay, and come back and click that. Can be handy for situations like that. There we go. Okay, where am I at? 16 and 35 is at 51.
Treasury interest rate.
We got it. 50K. Can we get some 50K hype in the chat? So the bull got smoked, Vinny. Oh, okay. So let's talk about that. So this is, you learn the defense leg. Okay, the defense leg. We know he's there. Okay, and he didn't really make too much money on it. Look, this is debatable. This one did not go straight down after he entered, but pretty darn close. So do I expect them to let him out? Yes, but it looks like he already had his chance. Okay,
that's going to impact us all.
Did we go back and touch it? We already kind of did. Okay, an untouched bull, those are the ones where I talk about the defense leg, where my expectation is that he's got to be allowed to get out. That's their main thing, right? Now, is he gonna phone a friend and be like, hey, now I'm deep red, like I need a call in a favor, can you run me up here real quick to let me out? It's a complex topic. You don't have to know those things. As I'm drawing them out, mapping them out, you'll get better at it over time when you see it over and over again. This is a more abstract scenario that, like, trying to understand the people who are actually in control of the tape and their play positions. It's a deeper deep dive scenario. Do we need to have it with AlgoBox? No, I can just trade my technicals and stick to that. So my point of that is don't be dismayed if you don't quite get it yet. The more you see it, look, go through my videos where I've talked about defense leg stuff over and over again, like find them. Now, there's another thing, like I need to probably have somebody help me to clip those out and collect those videos and then put them all together in sort of a compilation video of seeing a bunch to help you. But right now you kind of have to help yourself because there's only so many things I can do.
on the 5. Two-finger.
Pablo's been doing a great job for us putting the timestamps on our videos recently.
Lower bands touch NQ on
but there's, a lot of that's been, I don't say lost, but I mean, it kind of is. Stuff is buried in my live streams, like really important concepts of stuff. If you go into my live streams, we do these little miniature lessons as we go through here. And yes, we've got all the lessons and we talk about all these topics and we cover them, but you know how it is. Like seeing multiple examples in different ways and different play setups is very valuable. So you get a lot of that by attending the live streams. Once you're done with training, you really should be attending these. I know it's tempting not to, or, you'd rather just go watch your Netflix because it's more entertaining. It just depends on how much you want it. Like how badly do you want full financial freedom?
Fib.NQ on the 5.
Really up to the individual.
Upper bands touch NQ on the 39.
And from a statement from Iran, Iran's Bahai hopes the US side would also take part with responsibility, realism, and seriousness.
Okay. Did you see that green dot, Pierce? So do I think that bulls have full control?
Fib.NQ.
Question.
Touch NQ on
do bulls have full control? According to me. There's Plutonium, the myth, the man, the legend, who actually watches all of my stuff. Y'all are like, well, how does Plutonium do so well? Listen, there is nobody who knows, almost like Plutonium could probably quote me.
Iran's Bahai says we have the responsibility.
He has been a magnet to this stuff, and he has taken lots of notes. He attends every live stream. And if he misses them, he goes back and he watches them, and he is really digesting our stuff. He's, what an awesome member to have in our crew. He's not paid staff. He's not in our, he doesn't get paid to do what he's doing. So everybody should really appreciate the awesome stuff that he, when he's helping out in the Discord chat, literally one of our absolute most valuable members who just always contributes, right? There's several others, a lot of people who type in our chat, and please don't be upset if I have missed your name here. I'm not going to try to be able to do an exclusive ones, but even just recently, Patrick last night contributing, Papa Dazzer, always willing to help and showcase the work. And a lot of it that people think, oh, well, I need to ask what so-and-so says. Well, they're just telling you what they've seen in my videos. They're not coming up with new strategies and things. They have excelled at that strategy. So when you're like, oh, that's a good idea, folks, it was in the videos. Go through the videos and learn it yourself. Be reinforced by and learn it at the right time. Now, sometimes you're like, well, I needed to know it right now. Well, sure. But what if you're missing something else in there? Because the videos are designed in the order that they're placed in, so that the right time will build on the right item at the right time, in my opinion. Right now, obviously, like you're like, well, I'd like to do it like this. I get it. Well, how much success has that had you so far? I always just tell people, like, if your way's not working, why don't you try the way that the guy who's dunking the ball is doing? You know what I'm saying? And then once you've mastered it, then you can remix. Because I'll tell you, then I learned from Plutonium later, because like I used to play on the slightly lower time frame scenarios, and by slightly I mean literally I would play off of the 3s and the 2s and 3s, and then like I just started seeing his numbers were proof in the pudding. I'd be over there, I'm happy, I'm over there like, yeah man, I got an 8k day, I had a 10k day. I look over and like Plutonium's got like 33,000 that day. I'm like, okay, well maybe that's a one-off. Next day, I'm like, oh yeah, dude, I did 7k. He's over there like 42k, and I'm like, what the, and then I can do another day. Like I'm over there, I'm like, okay, I definitely probably beat him today. I don't say that I was competing with him, but I'm going, okay, I had like an $18,000 day. I tried to get to 20 that day. I just remember that day when it was like I did 18. I look over and he's over there another 30k day, and I'm like, okay, must just be the mark of it. A couple days later, I had like, man, my standard, I did a 4k day. Look at his thing, 28k. Dude, I'm starting like, my brow is raising now. I'm like, okay, hold on. So a couple more of those where I'm like, I'm doing my usual, okay, my mental target, I had like a 4K, 5K scenario. I'm doing pretty well. I had a 7K day. I look over, 21K, 32K, 38K, 25K. I'm like, bro, he ain't even doing the twos. And I'm like, what? Okay. And I was like, and it wasn't that I was mad about it. In fact, I'm literally like, I need to know what is he's doing something different. And like, maybe my system isn't like, what is he doing different? And then so I said, I asked him, I said, hey, would you mind? Could I get on a call with you? Want to chat with you? Like, what are you doing? That's, like you're doing some magic. You got some other thing? He said, no, Vinny, I'm doing exactly what you've taught. He said, everything you've taught is just amazing. He says, I said, well, can I see your charts? And I noticed he's on 4s, 6s. I'm on 2s, 3s. He's just doubled my time frame on the bars. And I'm like, and he talked me through. And he said there was another thing. He said he likes to wait for the bull touch. So those are the 3 things that I gathered from it. He's using 2s, 4s, and more waiting for those bull touches. And I don't do as much of that. And almost immediately, when I went to the 4s, what did y'all see? Like, it was hard to have found me doing less than a 10K day. Even full distraction, teaching, training, all the way through. I'm doing 5-figure days on the regular. When I just went up a time frame, like waiting a little bit long, had bigger opportunities, going from targeting 10 and 15 ticks at a time to target 1 being 20 ticks. Like, that was a game changer, right? So I got to learn from him, but start out, this is the whole, I call it the Beethoven principle, or the music learning principle of when you're starting to learn how to play an instrument. First, learn exactly how to play the song. Learn Beethoven's Fifth. Learn exactly how he played it. Play it just like he did. Don't try to mix it on day one, being like, well, I don't know, it's a little too old school. Just learn it and do it really well the way they do it first. Master what they've already done. Like, do it exactly the way they did it first, and then go up. And that's what he told me. He said, well, I was doing that. And he said, and then like he said, well, you told us before, like you could go up a time frame and look for bigger plays and a few less. He's like, so I just started testing that in market replay. And he's like, I just started seeing my numbers. And he's like, I felt more comfortable there too. And so it was a natural progression, but he had just done what we said. Like he changed, if it was too fast on the lower time frame, bump up to the higher time frames. And he was like, and look at the numbers, it's starting to print. So, then I can turn around and learn from you guys. Like I'm not here to say there's no other way. I'd say the same thing kind of developed with how we came up with the masher plan. So I had taught our system the way I have been teaching it. And then the reason that we called it the masher, I actually named the masher strategy after a guy in our room whose handle online was masher. Okay. So we called it the masher, naming it after the person who had noticed that, hey, did you know, Vinny, you taught us to, play outside that fiddle zone area, but did you ever notice how many times that these, hills touch each other and turn at that pivot point? And at first, I'm questioning everybody. I don't just want to take everybody's single idea. You have to prove it to me. And so I'd asked him, I said, look, run it out for a 6-month back test around that. And if you can show it to me and demonstrate it to me, I definitely want to take the time to hear you out. But initially, because again, I have people bring me ideas all the time. I no offense, but I'm going to probably turn it off until you're over there smashing it. And happen to be smashing Masher was smashing it, looking for these right here. So we called it the Masher, naming it after him, because look, we could have predicted this little down move right there by the Masher right here. In fact, I don't know if he's on the stream. Masher, are you here today? It's a relatively long stream, so I don't know if he did. But this is his favorite play right here. We come out of it once, so if he proved that we pivoted there before, he's like, your assumption is that the next one is also going to pivot. They're not in the same place, because here's the problem with doing standard support and resistance nonsense, is that, well, you would have tried to get in right there, you're going to have more heat, or you can wait until the second one pivots down here on the MACV Ultimate and take that smash for the bash because the one prior hit, so we assume that this one will as well. That's where the masher came from. And he had noticed that play and then, got my attention to say, hey, check this out. And so then sure enough, I was like, that's awesome. Using our tools, coming up with an additional strategy internally that can be used to, oftentimes, it's a lot about filtering and waiting for the best plays. So a masher area plus an entry. So let's see if we had one at that point. So we saw that just a moment ago. Oh yeah, and there it is. So Masher coinciding with, on the lower time frame, top of the channel, Super AO. Boom. Maybe add on dot. Oh, double dot.
On the 5.
So 6, it says, hey, yeah, RTFA event. Boom. Confirmed. Double dot. Lower time frame, risk. Higher time frame, Masher opportunity. You get it? If you get it, type a 1. Yeah, you smoked when you started playing the fours. I don't know about that. I think we've been back and forth on those numbers at that point thereafter. But, it's a continuous improvement of getting better. Like these people who have, say anything like, well, this one time, Vinny, I saw you do this one thing that was bad. Like, dude, any single day, like judging somebody off of one day or one trade is a little bit silly. And the time frame, like people talking about like, well, back in 2020, 6 years ago, you after the small account challenge, you also had this one day where you lost 40K in a day. Ha 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 ha.
Pip.NQ on the 5.
Yeah. And well, you're bad. You're a bad trader. Okay. Did you see the other days around that? Like, did you talk about the 50K days that I had? Did you have the 25K days that I had? And well, I saw you had a margin call one of those days back in October. That has happened. Sometimes, like, I have life that gets in the way too. I have a life, I have a wife, I have 4 kids, I got elderly parents, I have, personal drama too. And sometimes those things run into distractions in the tape and the pressure of live streaming, the extreme pressure and the trolling and the threats on my family. And a lot of things kind of get to you sometimes. And am I perfect like Jesus? No, I'm not. That's why, thank goodness, he was perfect. And I'm not saying so I don't have to. In fact, he encourages us to be perfect as I am perfect. So that's the standard. And we know we can't reach that standard, but we work and try our best along the way. And it is not how many times you fall, but whether you get back up. The Bible says in Proverbs, it even talks about that. Though the righteous fall 7 times, they get back up.
On the 39.
But the unrighteous, they fall once, are broken, and don't repeat, and are done for. Okay? Like, it is about the get back up, learn from. You either win or you learn. The learning process can be painful. Same way, like going to the gym is not exactly enjoyable. It is a pain. You put pain but you gain from the pain. But you can also learn from the pain of others. That's the advantage of had I gone to the wrong channel earlier, Kashi? Let me see.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 30.
Oh man, what channel had I gone to before? My bad. Yeah, I just saw your note there.
Delta NQ on the 5.
But what I meant was like from years ago, and I'm like, okay, what about now? Can you tell that I've gotten better? Like, I don't know if you know, but the more time, like, they don't understand, like day over day, the more that I'm here doing this, I also get better. Hello. You're learning from a better mentor every single day. You're like, well, I wish I could have had your mentorship back whenever. Dude, the mentorship now is even better. It is 10 years better than day one, right? Kind of thing. We have documentation that is so graphical now, like the training that I had done before, while I think was good, but the difference between me drawing on a screen like this to you guys and typing out, here are our notes today, guys. Notes, things you need to know, and I'm like, point 1, point 2, point 3, and I'm doing this kind of stuff, and I'm drawing in. I'm like, okay, market coming up to this area, and I'm drawing stuff like all this stuff. That's all fine and good, but like, isn't it cooler to come over here? Speaking of videos that I was looking for earlier, Kashi just sent me a link. I was like, oh, apparently I went to my wrong YouTube channel, but seeing this instead. This little tab split thing is a little bit. Separate views. There we go. Bring it back down here for me. Like coming over here, seeing a video that does this for me on the Enigma. Like, wouldn't you rather look at the high quality content that we have now? Like,
powerful shifts in market momentum.
Have something all fancy created, right? Could I have done that on day 1? No, probably not. Day 2, probably not. I'm focused on creating this code first, right? Then you know, somebody who can sell this better than me and create great content and beautiful videos. I don't have that skill. Right? I'm gonna hit the like button. Look at that. Hit my like. 18 likes. You guys go hit a like on that video.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 39.
So that's what we're at now. But I get better too. Like, I am a better trader today than I was yesterday and the day before that. I just learned more about the trader funding programs, you know, and the difficulties that you guys are dealing with on a regular basis who are, you know, using the trader funding programs to get yourself to a point of self-funding.
Double delta NQ on lower bands touch NQ on the 39.
Totally get that. But we should be honest with ourselves. Like, you get better over time, just in general. Even if you fail, you're still getting better. The experience from that. In fact, the person who has failed more wins. Think about that.
Lower bands touch NQ on the 39. Lower bands touch.
Okay, we got Jagged on the tape. Big play could be coming here. No surprise to see the bounce on the mega late Nate right there. Green arrow coming in. Are we going to go neutral? Let's see if the bears are still holding control. If that cipher holds, bears are still in control, and we can look for a short. Let's see. Nope. Cipher's getting broken here. So bears do not have full control.
On the 5. Double delta NQ on the 39.
Just kidding. They do. Bears are still in control here. Okay. I'll look for a bear entry here.
NQ5.
Wait for it.
Russell 2000 index at almost 1 month low. Last down 1.5%.
Bears still have control of the area. First cipher was reactive, so I will look for a play. Here's a little miniature triple crown here. I'm looking for a play. We have a cipher over on the right on the slightly higher time frame. I just want a lower time frame risk. Looking for an entry here.
Divergence down.
Okay, there's a shark back and a 6-9. There we go. I'm going to take this 6-9 back of the shark back. Little half position. Target's filled. Get you some. Do you see? Do you see it? If you do, type a 1, 2, if you're new. Okay, did you see how I planned that out? Did you understand the logic that I just ran through on that? So the question is, okay, yes, I see the bulls making a stand. Okay, bulls. So do they have full control? Well, they kind of still had some control because the Enigma didn't just fully break. The Enigma to the green side did hold. Okay, so they're trying to hold them. They're trying to get a foothold. But who was in control? The nerd tells me. The nerd was red. So the default control was with them. The question is always, are they maintaining full control? Difference between full control and control of an area is what's happened right now. Playing the right hand side of the chart, not all these, you know, turds that point to the left hand side of the chart. Well, look where it worked over here. Oh, just trust me, bro. I took that trade. Trust me, bro. Where was your live stream? Where was the recording of that? And just trust me, bro. And then all of a sudden they drop a recording. Yeah, it's like, okay, you recorded that. Did you take that? Are you cherry picking, right? Oh, okay, so you took that this time. What about the next time? You know, all this nonsense that people do. If they were good and they could do it in front of me, right? Come out here, show me, get on the live stream, do it. Otherwise, cayete. Got a red dot over on the right, another short opportunity right here. Bears maintaining control here. Bulls trying to make a route. You know, they're both rolling here. Okay, we have not seen a bull fail yet. So bears don't have full control, but they do have control. And they are more in control than the bulls because the nerd. Okay. Over here on the right, red arrow just came in. Bears maintaining control. The signals are holding. Green, that is a long side. So bulls still trying to take over the area. And they could overcome, but right now they are not in full control yet. We have not seen a break of the bear. Here's another test for the bears. Okay. Bears. Do you see how bears are still maintaining control? See, that did not break. Bulls are trying to take over control here. No. Every bear has been respected. Bear, check. Bear, check. Bear, check. But also, let's say bull. Did the bull check? Bull started this one doesn't count, but did they get the first one? Check. Did they get the second one? Check. Did they get the third one? Check. Yes. So you see there's a battle zone going on right here. Okay. We just want to see who's the first person to break. The first person to break tells me the other side is in. So now wait for them to execute on your play. Do you get that? Type a 1, 2 if you don't. My pattern recognition says bulls are going to bounce it. Okay. But patterns are not enough, I don't think. Kind of maybe follow my logic. Just try it. Or stick with yours. Okay. Bull break. You see how the bulls just lost control right there? Okay. Bulls didn't maintain that one right there. That's the first check fail. So now bears in control. Now all I need is a bear entry. You understand? This is my logic. This is how I play. Okay. So now I'm going to take the next bear entry.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
Okay. This will probably break, and I can look for a piercer. Here in sellers push through it. Yep. Believe me, I want to short it. Yeah. So, but there's my red dot. All right, there we go. So I told you I was going to do it. So here we go. Okay. I saw bulls had lost control there. Bears have been holding it. Let's see. Oh, the dot just got cracked. So bears don't have full control, right? They would have had to immediately react here. So I'm still going to be looking for a T1, T2 scenario here. I have the nerd with me. I have red arrow with me. We are well extended here, but this should give me some ticks here. Let's see. That red dot showed up. See if I can get at least 35 ticks on. Again, I'm on the 5s, so my T1 on the 5s is about 35, 40 ticks.
Truth Social says rather than extend new start, a badly negotiated deal by US that aside from everything else.
There's 40, and there we go. I'll take off
experts
and leave just a same thing. I'm going to add my stop.
Long into the future.
There we go. Locked in here. Boom, and we're done. All right, folks, I'm in 4 hours. Half day's work, not too shabby. Let's see. Let me pull up. What's today's date?
Long into the future.
The 5th. We've got Valentine's coming up, 40% off. You can get $199 a month for 18 months, literally pay off. And if you pay off in there, you will unlock the Dream Pack on the monthly plan if you use that code at the top of our website. Let's see. Oh, I need to go to the 5th. And oh, is it borked? Is it borked because of all of the Apex accounts? All right, trade performance. Taking a minute. There we go. All right, trade performance. Let's do. I was like, that's way higher than that. Whoa, super high. Okay, it's including all of the. I got to take off the Apex accounts. We don't want those to. Those don't count. Oh, the filter's taking forever. Oh my goodness. I can't even get the draw down. There we go. Okay, so uncheck the Apex accounts, which are all in green, by the way, which is weird because of the tech issues that we had this morning. But okay, so just my accounts. There we go. Filtered out. Uncheck all of those. Run it one more time. Hit generate. There we go. All right, so here's how it went today. Up over 50K.
Social that the US should work.
Here, let's pull the summary. 54,600. Profit factor 4.26. So let's talk about what that means. Profit factor is a big one that you always want to be looking at. I am always at top. If you're new with us, so I have chosen a side. I am a bear player. Okay, so shorts only. You see nothing in my long schedule. Right? This happens a lot unless there's been some full auto trades or whatever. Oftentimes, so I just get really good at one side. Now I can play the other side. We can, but I've also said like if you want to take some brain drain, right? Just go. I'm just gonna wait until my side plays. there are many players, by the way, in the professional arenas who are like, I'm a buy side player of the markets. I'm a sell side player. Like, I'm on the sell side, blah, blah, blah. Right? And they work together. They know each other. They know. They're like, hey, bro, you can help me out, get me out of this play. There's all kinds of stuff that goes on in the industry that's in there, okay? So that profit factor, 4.2. Winners are 4.2 times the size of the losers. Percentage-wise, 80% winners there today. You know, when you start stacking together those two types of stats, I mean, you tell me. All right, I don't need to state the obvious. Okay, if your guy can beat me, bring him. I tell people all the time, like, show me a system that can beat me. Show me a system that can do what we do, and I'll buy it. Okay, I'll buy it, and I'll buy you one too, just for showing me that system that can beat me, but it can't. So go grab it, 40% off. Use code SAVE40 on that. Only applies to the monthly plan. You can't apply that to any of the others. Lifetime and all that kind of stuff is still normal price, but this will apply to the lease to own. And the thing about it's not just lease. You're not just going monthly. It's lease to own. You will own it at the end of 18 months, or you can do a payoff of those 18 months at any time and unlock the bonus of having the full auto that you didn't get to see much of here today, but the dream panel, if you have seen that in our other videos, the dream panel gets unlocked for you as well, which is a platinum component, even though you got gold. Special little bonus there for Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day. Love you guys. I will catch you guys tomorrow morning. See ya.
Double delta NQ on the 5.
The old adage where, you know, the individual investor doesn't have a chance because the institutional investor has better technology, better information, and, you know, more money and better opportunity, I don't think it's real anymore. I think the edge is on the individual investor because they're small, they're nimble, they can trade, they can use best front end technology.
Connection lost.
Don't waste your time.
Connection lost.
Leave the technical analysis to us. You just play the game.
Connection lost.
Voice keys disconnected.
Rewind. Rewind.
Audio Jungle.
Double delta NQ on the 39.